Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
What's going on? I guess that's where the dogs are, but I don't know where that is, so I don't know what we're looking at there. Something happened. I have no idea. Alright. Looks like the notifications are not going out again. Amazingly. Just like the old days. Yeah, we got 94 people watching. That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Where the hell is the... I'm looking for a folder in here. Alright, anyways, I was going to try to do one more attempt at like one of the overlay with an image first before we get... I'm just going to go back over on that same website that we used last night. They go over the whole trial. So I was just thinking, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I want to sort of read it. You know, the pool notes sucked, okay? They weren't really that great. So... there's probably stuff I missed that could dial in more timeline information. I don't know if that one can be used. God, it sucks that these are so unclear. As you can see right over here on the side, if I make that bigger, like these are, this one right there is almost perfect, I think. But it's just so blurry. When you like that one's pretty good. That's right off the end of the bridge, and then you turn around and that's what it looked like on the other side. That gravel and that hill on the left, that's going down the hill, and that puts you on the level of the private drive. I don't know if you can even see that. It's kind of blurry on the screen, but right down there, you just go down the hill there. That's where Libby's or Kelsey said that she saw there was, looked like people slid down the hill there. And that's weird because I think she was seeing where the girls went down the hill. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I'll try to do that little technique where you make it, just add pixels to it. Doesn't really, just makes it so it's not as pixelated when you zoom in on it. But yeah, see, view, extras. Yeah, man, it's just so blurry. Too bad that wasn't high definition photographs. Because that's kind of what you need. The videos are clear that my friend Beth took. Thanks, Jessica Schubach. Okay, I have a folder that has all the different individual Bridge Guy still frames in it, or Richard Allen now. Yeah, see, these are all pictures of Richard Allen right there. So here on the right is the, you can see it, and then you can go one frame at a time through it. See, now the first two they just duplicated, because you want like if you have a frame and then the next frame is really shitty, you just put the same one in and an eye can't detect the change. See, these first two are the same. See how there's no variance when you flip back and forth? Then you go to the next one and that moves slightly. Then that one. Now I think I know the images that they used. So if you keep going through these, the ones that they used were possibly that one there. And there's one where both his feet are almost on the ground, like that. One of these right there they used, but that was one of the rarely. It was just out at the beginning, and they mentioned yesterday when we were reading that there was 3 still frames. So there was like that one. Look how blurry that one is right there, though. It's crazy. So they found frames like that's a good one. That's one of the ones I think used. See how clear that is? Thank you, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe, of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. I see Plata, the Broken Scout. Almost all mods in here tonight. Again, see, the notifications don't go out. It's weird. So that one. And so what I'm looking at, I don't know if you guys can see it, but down by, like, see down here, how there's that little thing and it goes like that. See, that one's pretty clear. That's actually Abby or part of Libby coming into the screen there. They just couldn't get rid of it. Part of that's his shadow. I'm gonna go backwards from the end. Let's see. So you can see his shadow there. Yeah, so maybe that one's a good one. Yeah, it kind of sucks because it's so unclear. Yeah, I guess we have to get a different one. I don't want to bore you guys to death, but I'm trying to find the something clear.
Oh.
He makes us measure.
Oh,
You can do it now. To try to get it.
that was pretty good.
You can do it now. To try to get it.
Yeah, right there. There we go. Yes, you too, you guys. If you want to help support this channel, we're currently at $8.99. And yes, sometimes the crap we have to do is sort of meticulous, kind of boring for people. But you know what? I thought maybe you'd find it interesting. Yeah, so right there, this little thing that's going on right there is right here. I know exactly where that is, so let's see what happens. This seems like could be a good angle. It looks like it's similar to that one that I used. So it's right in there, so it's got to be smaller. God, that's crazy right there. See how, can you guys see how that's lining up at all? Just look at the lines. Just look at the line right there. Look at that. Look how similar. See, when my friend went out there, you can't even tell that's not from the same day. Because it was sunny, right around the same time of the day. Look at that picture right there. Is that insane or what? See how the little line down here? And look at this line is the same as that one. I thought there might be a better angle. I think she nailed it on this one. This one is so close. You see that? That's incredible. And then I think you can slide it to about right there. And then look at that. It even lines up right there. That's insane. You go about like that. Let's see what happens if you turn it on and off. What does it do? Oh my god, you guys, look at that. Can you see that? Watch this. I'm going to zoom in. Watch. Watch this. That's like literally just, you know, it's just, you know, slightly, like if I rotate something. I don't even know if I want to rotate it though. Just look where that line is. See, that's exactly the spot. Let me just see if I, maybe if I make it a little bit smaller. Let me see the, that's crazy. And we're still at $8. Hadn't changed. Like that. God, that's so close. And the shadows, I mean, that's almost right on. Look at the, even the tree branch of the forked tree. Look at that. Look how crazy that is right there. I mean, it's just so perfect. Right there. Bam. Yeah, I think it just goes into like right there. And that part's off a little bit, but it's just slightly different angle. But I think that really gives you an indication of how his height right there. Because that puts him right in where he's supposed to be. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. And even that light line back there, that light one, just almost perfectly matches up. Look at that. It's like tree ring dating. So I would say that my friend's video needs to be like 6 inches lower. Like it needs to be just a little lower and it'd be so perfect. But I think, I mean, look at even the white thing. See this little white part right there? That's the damaged railroad ties that we talked about. Look at it, it's right there, right next to his right leg on that one. And the platform's in the right spot. The tree is pretty close over there. I think what we're, let's see. Yeah. Man, I think that is like really representative of how tall he would look on that bridge. Linda Howell, 59 months. What is that? That is 5 years. That's a lot. Hey, thanks, Kelly S. I'm just lining up those branches so there's like right there is good. But I think it needs to be like more like that. Anyways, I think that's close, so I'm gonna have to do something. Maybe I'll try to do a height thing with that. I mean, that looks really, all you need is that right rail and you can do it. And I think that's better than the one I had before. See, look at that. You can see those lines are right there. And then just not, you know. See, that means the camera needs to be to the left another like 6 inches and then 5 inches below, probably. It goes right there. And then, I guess if I made it bigger it would fit, but I don't know. Anyways, I think that's a good start, so I'll keep working on that. I'm gonna save it. There we go. Thanks, Karen. Number 7. Lucky number 7, Karen. You want to hear something crazy, Karen? After the show yesterday, I can't remember what somebody was referring to, but they said it's 7,700. I mean, it was the same exact number that you put in that super chat. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was like right after you said this long number, they said the same thing on television. I can't ever remember what it was referring to. Yeah, see, here's the thing is from this angle here, it doesn't change. All you have to do is make sure that you got him like really, close to his height. It's hard because the lines are a little bit different because the camera in the Bridge Guy video is lower to the ground slightly. But as long as you can get him in there, his height won't change if you got it scaled correctly, because it's still at an angle and you see him straight on like that. So it's not like you're at an angle looking at him. It's really pretty straight on. Yeah, that's the number, Karen. Oh, you guys want to see some a crazy comment though? All right, I'm gonna close this out. I had to reboot my computer before I started. I'm just getting to my folder now to go over our stuff for tonight. Yeah, but look at this comment that was underneath one of my video, the one I did with Kelsey and Doug Carter. Look at this. Innocent until proven guilty. Not hold them in a hole for 150 days until you break their mind to the point they will say they are guilty to get out. What? I hope that nightmare happens to people who think that is okay. Also, guilt must be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. There was no DNA tying Alan to the girls. Ballistics cannot be proven on a bullet that has not been fired. Hey, dummy, you can. It was ejected from the gun. It leaves marks. They were able to test it to the marks in a lab. And yes, they fired that bullet. And that's because it hammers harder at the stamp, so it was easier to compare. But it's the same ejection mark. Okay? There is, here's the thing in this case. There is no doubt. There is no shadow of a doubt of a doubt. There's nothing. Let's see. Tying Alan to the girls. Ballistic cannot be proven on a bullet that has not been fired. The police were caught lying on multiple occasions. And the judge would not allow a defense. All corruption, the girls were robbed of justice. And an innocent man is a prisoner, probably for the rest of his life. Sickening. Now, the truth is, whack job, that is the... if Richard Allen was found not guilty in this case, law enforcement would never be looking into the case again. Richard Allen answered every single question that they had on the case. No other person does that. Richard Allen is the killer, and there never would have been justice for Abby and Libby. So you are incorrect, okay? There's something wrong with you. You believed the likes of Burkhart, Lee, and the other whack jobs out there, right? How dare you, Gray? They went to college and everything. Well, then how come I know the case better than they do? Isn't that weird that I can think through it more logically than they can? Because their brains aren't working correctly. How dare you, Gray? Alright. Alright, you guys, we're currently at 1/10 of a nightly goal. Not even that, an 1/8. So if you guys have the ability to help support this channel tonight, that would be fantastic. Alright, we're going to do the... I'm going to go all the way back to the 18th, the first day here, man. I want to see what these guys say in this Wayne.com, man, Wayne County. I think they seem to cover this thing pretty good. I mean, look at this. Boom. All right, so we're going all the way back to the beginning. Do you guys want, I actually want to do this because it seems like when the trial's going on, you're just so focused in on like trying to get everything, show together, and everybody's running around. And it's too like, stuff's too much crap going on to really focus in on like some of the other stuff that sort of puts together timeline information. So I have the map out, and I can, we'll be able to sort of stop and show different elements, and like, you'll absolutely have a way better understanding even again than everybody else. But let's not have one of those shitty nights again. We're having a good month. We're moving through the month. It's got that feeling already. Well, they don't even care, Karen, about stuff like that. They don't give a damn about the grand jury or anything like that. None of them care. Yeah, we heard about that one already, Kelly. I mentioned it the other night. Good boy, you guys. Alright, so we're on... this is on October 18th. So this is, I think this is the first day right here. So it says, Becky Patty took the stand for emotional testimony in Delphi murder trials. The grandmother of Libby German was the first person called to testify in the proceedings. And I think they did that because they wanted her to be able to watch the whole thing. She described Libby as active, very smart, involved in sports, and said she had tons of friends. Her best friend, however, was Abby Williams. They were inseparable, went on vacations together, and frequently slept at each other's houses. They played volleyball and were in band together. Libby had just turned 14 in December, Patty said, and Abby had spent the night before the girls headed off for a fateful walk. She asked if she and Abby could go to the trails with the older sister, Kelsey, driving them. Another family member was supposed to pick them up later on February 13th. But it's interesting now when you think back to what we were going over the other day, is that so they leave the house at like 1:38 or so, or 1:37. And before that, though, at like 12:57 or 1 o'clock, they had texted Bree, or one of the girls anyways, and said, hey, are you guys still at the bridge? So they knew that they were at the bridge, and people were posting things on their timeline. So it was their way that, perhaps Richard Allen figured out that they were going to be there that day. Right, yeah, exactly. They're never going to reinvestigate OJ. That case. They're not going to waste their time. They know that he was the guy, and they just wouldn't be nobody looking at it again. Let's see. So Libby had just turned 14 in December, Patty said, and Abby had spent the night before the girls headed off for the fateful walk. Okay, she came to the office. There's an office in their house. She asked if she and Abby could go to the trails with her older sister Kelsey driving them. Another family member was supposed to pick them up. That's Derek. She came to the office saying goodbye, Patty recalled, often fighting tears during her testimony. I told her to grab a jacket. The last thing she said was, Grandma, I'll be okay. From Patty's recollection, Libby was wearing tie-dye shirt and gray sweatpants the last time she saw her. Patty was convinced the trail was safe, although she knew the Mononhai Bridge's reputation. It extends high into the air with no guardrails. Still, Libby was adventurous and wanted to go to the bridge, something prosecutor Nick McClellan called a rite of passage in opening statements. She liked adventure. She wanted to try anything once. Patty said of her granddaughter, she was intelligent. She had more reasoning power than I. She was calm. That was her nature. Libby was a true crime fan, her grandmother said. Let's see, then it said, she was local. She loved crime shows. She said, I'm going to help solve crimes. She wanted to make a difference. I think Nick McClellan said that, she helped solve her own crime. When a family member went to pick the girls up from the trail around 3:30 on February 13th, that was Derek, they weren't there. And that was actually 3:15 that he got there. Libby wasn't answering her phone. Other family members tried to call her without success. Abby didn't have a phone, so the family called her mom, but couldn't immediately reach her. For hours, the family tried to call Libby. They couldn't get her to answer. They went on the trail to look for the girls, but didn't find them as the night wore on. The next day, searchers found the girls dead. A friend comes running up to me. We found them, she said. I remember turning around to my sister, who was sitting there crying, and all she could say was, I'm sorry. Initially, Patty didn't understand why no one would take her to see Libby and Abby. Then I saw the coroner van driving by, Patty recalled. Man, what a shitty feeling that must have been. That's when I realized they weren't alive. During cross-examination, Patty said she learned months later that Libby wasn't wearing pants when searchers found her. She also told the court she provided a sample of her own hair 2 days ago for DNA analysis. Right, because there was a hair found in Abby's hand, and of course that's the quintessential piece of new information that exonerates Richard Allen. Oh wait, no, it's actually, the hair was Kelsey's hair, and Abby had on Kelsey's sweatshirt. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't, Gray, you see, 'cause it had a root on it. That means it was pulled out of the head, you bastard. There must have been a big fight or something. Well, no, because, when she dropped him, Kelsey drops the girls off and drove away. You see it on camera. Hey, thanks, Herbert Landscaping. Yeah, said, loved your earlier show, Gray. Can't wait to hear about some new cases. Yeah. Yep, it'll be cool. Well, I'm going to do the Idaho case. I'm not sure if you followed my channel when I was doing that one, but on Monday I'm going to do that. But I'm just want to ease out of this one. It's hard to just sort of cast it aside so quickly like that. And thanks, Herbert Landscaping. Wow, I didn't realize it said 75 on there. That's another. I haven't seen that one before. But thank you. And thank you, because it was dead as a doornail in here tonight. Not sure what's going on. I guess people just want to support the crappy defense attorneys. Yeah, give him what he wants. Put him in Gen Pop, whatever. And thank you. During cross-examination, Patty said she learned months later that Libby wasn't wearing pants when searchers found her. She also told the court she provided a sample of her own hair 2 days ago for DNA analysis. Patty claimed she had done this a few times over the years. Right. I think they were trying to just compare. They knew it was a familial match, the hair. The defense revealed in court this week that a hair found with Abby didn't match their client. As questioning wrapped up, the state asked if Libby had been exposed to guns. Patty said the family had shotguns for hunting, but that no one in the house owned a handgun. Hey, look at that. Bobby Swain gifted 5 to Zep, Kimberly, June, the Silverleaf, Mars, Down the Rabbit Hole, and Speak Life Garden Homestead, and Permaculture. As questioning wrapped up, the state asked if Libby had been exposed to guns. Patty said the family had shotguns for hunting, but that no one in the house owned a handgun. A gun plays a central role in the Delphi murder investigation. Prosecutors allege the suspect, Richard Allen, was armed with when he encountered the girls on the trail. The state says an unspent bullet found at the scene was ejected from a gun owned by Allen. And then here's another one. More members of the German family followed the matriarch by taking the witness stand on Friday. Kelsey German Siebert. Ooh, we're so interested now. Ooh, these. I hope to God the family sues the living crap out of these people and takes every dime and have no mercy for them. Don't go, well, if you just take them down. These people are nut jobs, okay? Crazy people. Hey, thank you, Crystal Visions. Thanks for all the hard work on the case, Gray. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Kelsey, the sister of Libby, was second to speak before the jury. Kelsey said she was very close to her younger sister and was the only one who dropped Libby and Abby off at the trail on the fateful day. The jury saw a glimpse into the happy family as Kelsey shared a selfie taken inside her car as the girls headed to the Mononai Bridge. Libby's sister then was asked to make out the route she drove from their home to the trail. Kelsey said she didn't learn her sister was missing until 4 p.m. She had dropped the girls off at 1:40. Yeah, that's what see, even then, she doesn't remember. Like, it's 1:49, okay? She just says, yeah, it was 1:40, you know? I mean, these people aren't supposed to, like, memorize everything. That's just what she remembered. But it's her car driving by at 1:49 on the Hoosier Harvest Store. When asked if she initially thought something awful had happened to her sister, Kelsey said no. Kelsey helped search for her sister and didn't learn. Hey, thanks, Lisa Valenzuela. And didn't learn the girls were found until 2 came running up to her, not knowing she was the sister of one of the missing girls, and informed her the girls had been found. Like her grandmother, Kelsey told jurors she had provided her DNA to investigators within the last few days. Following Kelsey on the witness stand, following Kelsey on the witness stand was Derek German, Libby's father. And see, Derek German is sort of like the elusive, he hasn't interviewed with a soul this entire time. I think he was in the background of one of the original interviews, but he hasn't interviewed with anybody. Derek said he called as he pulled up to the trail, but Libby never answered. According to Derek's testimony, he ran into another man while searching for his daughter, and that is McCain, the flannel shirt guy. And let's see, while searching for his daughter and her best friend. The man said he didn't see the girls. He also reportedly didn't hear any screaming or yelling. Derek did his own yelling, though, calling out for Abby and Libby, but there was no response. But where was he when he was doing his yelling? Derek and other family members looked for the girls, but after coming up empty-handed, he drove to the sheriff's office. He went back to continue his search and walked the trails. By the time I got back to the entrance, I could tell something was up. I just heard Mom screaming. Oh, this must be when he was searching. There must be missing a part here. Derek and other family members looked for the girl. This must be the next day, though. Because the 13th, he was looking around and people started showing up. And then the 14th, that's when this would have happened. By the time I got back to the entrance, I could tell something was up. I just heard Mom screaming, Derek German said. Derek was close to tears, voice breaking as he recited his recollection of the fateful day he lost his daughter. He recalled seeing the coroner van pull up to the scene along with a dozen cop cars. Shortly before 3:30 p.m., Derek ended his testimony and the court broke for a recess. Yeah. Hey, forget the people. Look at, if you're in the chat right now and you're saying that Richard Allen didn't do it, then just leave, okay? Because there's something wrong with your brain. You should be on a channel for psychological help. Maybe they can offer some sort of medication, something like that to help you out, okay? I want people to focus in on what we're doing here. The psychologist didn't leak any information, Oliver. You're just one of the whack jobs that believe the social media bullshit out there. And I know that for certain because they claim that she leaked it to me because in March this year, I heard a rumor that he confessed about a van, but then they take the date off of it. You guys are sick people, okay? Okay. I'm removing Oliver, okay? Because I just want you guys to focus in on what we're doing here. It's a waste of time to go over these articles if you guys are talking to a guy named Oliver. Probably looks like the guy in the Brady Bunch, with the glasses and everything. Whew, wow. Right. Maybe let them come back in 30 minutes or so. All right. According to Derek's testimony, he ran into the other man. Okay, by the time I got back to the entrance, did his own yelling. Derek and the other family members. So I'm not sure why they sort of conflated 2 days here. Or maybe they're just talking about that day, I guess. I don't know. And then shortly before 3:30 p.m., Derek ended his testimony and the court broke for a recess. And then Abby's mother, Anna, took the stand. The final family member to take the stand on Friday was Anna Williams, the mother of Abby Williams. Anna had to take moments to collect herself when asked to describe her only child. She smiled, remembering the girl she cried too. Abby was active at her church and ran with a small group of friends. She liked to play volleyball and softball. Abby didn't have a phone yet. Anna said she was waiting until Abby started high school before gifting her with one. But Libby let her use the phone. Remember that? And actually she had her own fingerprint sign-on to Libby's phone. The mother had no concerns about Abby spending the night with Libby. She planned on picking her daughter up at 8 p.m. the next day after she got off work. So she was going to be picked up on Monday at 8. Anna was at work when her phone rang. Once, twice, the third time, back-to-back calls from Becky. Anna was told to go to the sheriff's office. Even then, she didn't think she didn't think what she was about to walk into was that big of a deal. She didn't know her own daughter was gone for good. The defense team cross-examined Anna Williams shortly after 4:20 p.m. They asked the grief-stricken mother about her daughter's voice. They asked her if it was soft, loud, or high-pitched. Ah, jeez. Because no matter what, she would have screamed, right? That's what they're trying to make people believe. Depends on who she was speaking to, Anna said. Then the last person on that day was to testify on the first day after the opening, after the opening arguments was the last person to be called to the witness stand on Friday was Deputy Mitchell Catrone of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Catrone was on duty when the worried German family called 911 to report the girls were missing. Dispatch received the call at 5:15 p.m. Catrone heading to the trails to help search for the girls. According to Catrone, he walked the trails, searched for the girls, and was always listening. He also searched the nearby... See, they're there way after Richard Allen had taken off. Searched for a nearby property of Brad Weber. The girls might have been walking on this private property that butted up next to the trails. Yeah, I mean, it sort of makes sense. Like you go across and you could have gone further and then left through the woods. So for example, up here, after they went across, they could have stayed on the trail and then just kind of went left over here, and then you're on the private drive that goes back around underneath like that. But another way, they could just go down the hill onto the private drive. This I'm referring to a non-nefarious situation. But hey guys, if you have the ability to help support this channel, I would appreciate it. We're trying to keep up the pace for the month, and I've got 372 people watching. It's not as many as 800, but it's not too bad. But if you have the ability to, that would be great. Because believe it or not, without let's see, what was the one? Oh yeah, we got Bobby Swain up there, and then so if you take out Herbert Landscaping, we'd be at 1/10. Catrone said Weber permitted him to search the property for the girls. He searched the property for roughly 5 to 7 minutes. Catrone said Weber was neither bloody, sweaty, nor disheveled. The girls weren't found during Catrone's search of the trails or the private property. Catrone ended up being relieved by the night shift at 6:30 p.m. and went home. He wasn't aware of the magnitude of the search he first began until he had already left for the day. The trial in the long development case started with the jury selection on Monday in Allen County. Okay, so we got that. That was the first day. Let me go to the 19th. Yeah, so they have... there's a lot of information. And this one isn't quite as long on this one, but this is on the 19th. This is Saturday, so it's a short day, right? And then there's a Sunday, and then the 21st would be Monday. Hey, thanks, Donna Ethier. Always feels like when I say, hey, everybody, if you can help support the channel, most of the time it just falls on deaf ears. It's like, this is what we do to get to the point where at the end of the month, I want to make this end of the month better than last month, because I want to get to over 50,000 that I'm giving out this year. But that's okay. I guess it can't be the same every night. Felt enough to make you sick. Yeah, when they thought, when they hear, hey, they were found, they're probably thinking, oh, cool, and then it's not good. A man charged with killing 2 teenage girls in small Indiana community forced them off a hiking trail before cutting their throats, a prosecutor said Friday, telling jurors that the evidence includes an unused bullet and video recording of the eldest girl's phone. The last thing the girls saw was Richard Allen's face, Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan said. And they heard his chilling words, girls, down the hill. It's actually guys. But while Allen was wielding a gun, McClellan said, out of fear, the girls complied. Right. You don't need, that's how one single solitary man acting alone with dexterity can do it. Richard Allen, 52, is charged with 2 counts of murder. So this one, Allen, a pharmacy technician, was arrested on October 2022, more than 5 years after the death of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, a case that had vexed police and inspired much speculation by true crime enthusiasts. Yes, and those people are unable to get off of their speculation and wild conspiracy theories because of cognitive dissonance. They all have a mental disorder at this point. They'll be sequestered for what could be a month-long trial, banned from watching the news, and allowed only limited use of their phones. What was this one? Video and unused bullet prove man's guilt. Okay, this must be the opening. What was the date on that? Oh, that was the 19th. Yeah. So they're just recapping it. A short video released in 2019 that also came from German's phone showed a suspect walking the Monon High Bridge on the High Bridge. Yeah, that was that 2-second video that we saw. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Gray, for being honest, loyal, selfless, and a real friend. Hey, no problem. Likewise. But man, how do we get the action? How do we get moving tonight, you guys? You're just... Do I have to dance a jig? Throw myself in prison again? I think it's just kind of a recap here. Let me move on to the next one. The 21st. Day 3 of testimony includes graphic crime scene photos. Monday marked the 3rd day of testimony in the Delphi murder trials. Judge Fran Gould cautioned on Saturday that Monday testimony would be lengthy. She wrapped up Saturday's proceedings early as a result. Monday's session included testimony from Carroll County Sheriff Deputy Darren Giancola, the first deputy to arrive at the scene, and Sergeant Jason Page, a crime scene investigator with Indiana State Police. The state entered more than 40 crime scene photos into evidence. The photos included shots of the general area as well as close-ups of both Abby and Libby German. I don't know, M.M. Morgan. I just get tired of, like, on a nightly basis, having to go, hey, everybody, if you can help support the channel, just to get to the goals. Everybody knows, everybody is aware, and it just, it just sucks. Let's see. The images show Abby Williams was dressed while Liberty German was not. I've seen those photos. Yeah, Libby is completely nude, and Abby appears fully dressed. The image showed Abby Williams was dressed while Libby German was not. Abby's clothes appeared to be damp. So that's sort of interesting, you know. Was she already dressed coming across the water and Libby was nude? Or, you know, did Libby take off her wet clothes and they didn't make it into the water and then Abby somehow put those on? I don't know. Bloodstains were visible on the ground, and nearby trees. Both girls had suffered lacerations to their throats. Abby's body was 3 to 5 feet away from Libby's, according to the image. Libby's left arm was raised above her head while her right arm was at her side. Abby was lying on her back with her right knee bent slightly and her right foot under her left leg. Some jurors and observers expressed shock at the images during the mostly subdued court session. Tree branches were on top of the girls. They appeared to set in a V or cross-shaped pattern, according to Fox 59 reporter Russ McQuaid. Some of the branches were large, with a large tree limb noted on Libby's left shoulder. Richard Allen, charged with 4 counts of murder in connection with the February 17 deaths of the girls, showed no significant reaction from the defense table as the photos were displayed. Deputy Darren Giancola told the courts he's been with the Sheriff's Department since 2011. He wasn't on duty when the girls disappeared. However, he began looking for them around midnight after hearing about Abby's and Libby's disappearance on social media. He had a flashlight but noted the area was extremely dark. The search ended around 2 a.m. He didn't believe any harm had come to the girls at this point. Hey, come on. You guys are like, Herbert Landscaping is 95% of the support tonight. There's really no reason for that. All right? But thank you, Herbert Landscaping. Yeah, it's crazy when you actually listen to it. It was extremely dark. The search ended around 2 a.m. He didn't believe any harm had come to the girls at that point. I have worked in this field for a while, he told the court. We usually would have juveniles go missing, and it turns out they were at a movie or something with friends, but would usually show back up. The next day he arrived at the scene and encountered a distraught woman. He soon learned searchers had found the girls' bodies. Hey, thanks, Christian Hutcherson. Both had large lacerations on their throat, Giancola said. Both had substantial amount of blood on their person and underneath. He didn't perform life-saving measures on the girls because it was apparent they were deceased, he told the court. Giancola secured the area and called his superiors. Indiana State Police arrived. He recalled he stayed at the location for the rest of the day and night to preserve the crime scene as the investigation began. During cross-examination, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked Giancola to further describe the search timeline and the terrain near Deer Creek and the Monon High Bridge. He also said Abby Williams' clothing appeared to be wet. He recalled that Abby primarily had blood near her wound, while Libby German had blood all over her body. Jeez. Crazy. Yeah, I've seen him. Jason Page has been with the Indiana State Police for 24 years and has worked as a detective and member of the SWAT team. He's been a crime scene investigator for 16 years. He arrived at the area around 1:30 p.m. on February 14th. So that's about an hour and 15 minutes after the bodies were found. And met with some crime scene investigators. Page took several photos and walked the jury through each one shown in court. He described the area where the girls were found as Ground Zero, an approximate 30 to 40 foot area containing most of the physical evidence. Hey, thanks, Georgina Stoliker. It's always good when Georgina's around. She's been around a long time. Notice the sheriff badge up there. Truth Matters, got gifted one. Welcome. G. Gunnett Palmer and Michelle H. Very cool. Yeah. Why do we got somebody complaining up here? Yeah, what are you talking about, Jane? See, that Jane is just being a troll, trying to fit in with the trolls out there. Nobody said anything. She knows that. She just wanted to type it in like that. You guys. I've said it 1,000 times. If you can't, I don't want anybody helping the channel out that can't afford it. It's just strange when you have nights when, 350, 400 people watching, and it seems like we used to always, we'd make our nights, goals, and everything with 250. So, yeah, that's just a troll, yeah. That's the only reason somebody would type something like that in, because it's so rude to say. Yeah, nobody said, "Oh, you can only stay here, everybody, if you send." You know, nobody said that at all. I'm just doing the show. I'm asking for people to help support my channel, because my channel it's better than the other ones. I actually put out the factual information, work through cases. I just did a show earlier doing the same exact damn thing. You get it? All right, very cool. All right. Jesus, what a joke. And by the way, mods, you got to get rid of comments like that. All right. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and put them on timeout. What are you talking about, Missy Six? Nobody knows what you're referring to. Mm-hmm. All right. Anyways, the terrain is pretty rough and steep, he told the court. He showed the jury a map of the area and walked them through the topography. He described how investigators carefully marked the area near ground zero and the path leading to the girls' bodies. Interesting. So there must have been like a path that they could tell that they sort of followed. He said investigators searched the scene with metal detectors and recalled a dive team conducting another search. Yep. Page showed photos from the crime scene and described what each one showed. Well, thanks, Herbert Landscaping. Gifted a membership to A. Bennett. Wait, A. Bennett. That's funny. That's what my stepbrother's name is. Andy Bennett. Let's see. My father's alibi. Hi, Gray. Would you be willing to ask your viewers if they would be interested in my mom's cold case? No. I'm just looking at it myself. I haven't had time to look at it. I'm sure we'll be interested in it at some point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have time. I'm still winding down. I've covered the Delphi case for 8 years, so I'm just trying to go through it again. So I'm sure they'd be interested in it. You know what I mean? I even already found as many newspaper articles on it as I could and put them in a folder. Is that good, or? Not sure what you mean by if they would be interested in my mom. We're always doing cold cases here. Yeah, I mean, we do them all the time. Unfortunately, when I do cold cases, we get like 100 people watching and a struggling night. Yeah, I'm just not sure why you want me to ask them if they'd be interested. Like, you're just like, great, get going on it, you know? I have a folder I've been building up. I add the stuff that you've sent into it. Right. Yeah, I mean, it looks, you know, it looks interesting, for sure. There isn't really a ton of newspaper articles, I noticed. Yeah, her mother's a cold case, yep. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't want the show to be about that right here. I want to get moving on to this. She sent me emails with different information. I'm putting a folder together. And when the time's right, I'll do a show on it. Does that sound good, you guys? Hey, thanks. It is Amy Darcy Marie. Very cool. Yeah, so look, I'll see it. I'll show you right here. Watch. See this? This is my folder that I've already got built here. See that? It's got the newspaper articles and then different PDF files and stuff like that already in this folder here. See that? All right. And her mother's name is Nancy Allison Galvani. I think. Actually, no, her name is, I think it's just Allison Galvani. I don't know. See, I don't really want to get into that. Let's see. This is pennies. Well, 500 pennies more than a lot of people. It is Amy Darcy Marie. Yeah. But when I do it, I'll just do it the way I do it, and then maybe we'll have you come up after the fact. I don't want to do it and then be interrupted, and I just do it, and then you can come on, and we can go over it again, talk about something we're missing, then we can look up some other stuff, and maybe do another show. You seem to have disappeared. All right. Oh, Jesus. Come on. I'm already looking into it, Janet. We'll get to it when I get to it. You know what I mean? They even had a sketch. Well, I think there was a sketch. Yeah. Not really. I can't remember now if I saw that or not. Thank you, Susie Sandpiper. Yeah, so. Yeah, I just want to cover it myself. And then after I've gone over it once, then you can come on and fix the stuff if I don't have it right. But yeah, I mean, they still there? Hello? You just come in and then you just take off, Not sure what's going on here. Anyways, thanks Katie Lynn and Susie Sandpiper. Just totally derailed the whole show what we were doing here. Let me try to get back to whatever the hell where were we? I have no idea now. I don't even know where the article is anymore that I was covering. It's good stuff. That one? Yeah. I think it was right in this page guy right here, right? I feel like I'm just so far behind in the chat, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Jason Page is, okay, we already did that. The train is pretty rough. Page shows photos from the crime scene and describe what each showed. One photo showed what appeared to be black marks on Libby's body. I wonder if that's what Erskine thought were little bullet holes or something. Another showed an aerial view of the bodies with Deer Creek in the background. So it's interesting that you can, from up above you can see Deer Creek. Jurors also saw photos of blood on Libby's right hand and another of her left hand. Another photo showed a close-up of Libby's face. Oh yeah? Well, I've got it. I've got the whole folder built up for you. Maybe I'll give you a call before I go over it, but I just like to do it on my own when I'm going over it, because it sort of takes away from the flow if everybody, oh wait, you forgot to, But if you want to send me your number, that'd be good. Actually, I think her mother's name is the first name that I gave you, right? Anyways, I'm not looking at that right now. I was in totally different mode, so. All right, let's see. One photo showed what appeared to be black marks on Libby's body. Another showed an aerial view of the bodies with Deer Creek in the background. Jurors also saw photos of blood on Libby's right hand and another of her left hand. Another photo showed a close-up of Libby's face. As Giancola had suggested, Page said the area was saturated with a large amount of blood on the ground. Blood was also on nearby trees. Investigators, man, that must have been like arterial spray and hands, Investigators used a chemical to check trees for additional traces. They also recalled that Abby's clothes were wet. Yeah, Nancy was. So I just have her name Nancy, and then I have your name on there, so I remember who. But I didn't remember what I didn't remember what order it was in at the end. Hey, thanks, Strawberry Season. Thank you for being the voice of sanity and intelligence. Hard to find these days on here. Yeah, it's a miracle, I don't know what the deal is. It's so sickening. I mean, Rick Snay was at it again today, you guys. He was just absolutely going crazy. He said, there were witnesses across the creek that night, and they saw people with flashlights right at the crime scene. And I was thinking to myself, what idiot criminal, would be at the crime scene with flashlights when people are searching for the bodies? Or, they're searching for Abby and Libby. Hey, everybody, I'm over here. No, you're wrong. You're incorrect. He's nuts, man. There's something, he's unhinged as a person. He believes something because he's conspiratorial minded and he can't get off of it. It wouldn't matter if he saw a video of Richard Allen himself killing the girls. He wouldn't believe it. He'd say it was a fake video. That's what he would say. If all of a sudden it appeared and they found another clip that was hidden on Libby's phone and it showed Richard Allen's face committing the homicides, he wouldn't admit it. You get it? Was really determined. Escaping white van. That Allen dude was really determined. Escaping white van. What are you talking about, Goran? I can't even understand your sentence at all. Yeah, but when people were searching, they were looking for live bodies. They're not looking on the ground either. But I don't think anybody was at the crime scene that night. There'd be no reason to look on that side of the creek. Because then you'd have to assume that they went on the other side of the bridge and then went down below and then crossed the creek for some unknown reason. They were looking down below the bridge. Even the drone pilot with FLIR or whatever on it, they didn't go there. They were looking downstream. That's what even all the searchers went downstream, and they were kind of near the 505 trail down in that area, I mean, basically, if you look at this, the girls are over here, but they thought they fell off or, they're not going to go across. Why would they do that? So they're looking all around this area, down in here like this. As Giancola had suggested, Page said the area was saturated with large amount of blood on the ground. Blood was also on nearby trees. Well, how'd that happen, Ricky? So they were taken somewhere else and then brought back again later and then killed there? Because the blood is at the scene there. You get that, right? Whew. Wow. I got your email, Allison. One photo showed that what appeared to be back. We did that one. Okay. Investigators used a chemical to check trees for additional traces. He also recalled that Abby's clothes were wet. Her clothes were damp. I just remembered the clothes seemed damp, he recalled. Notes from the media pool described Page's testimony as calm. And by the way, if the clothes are damp, then how did the girls get back there in your theory, Snay? How'd they get damp? They went through the creek again? They went on the private drive a second time and then walked across the creek when everybody... That's insane. Her clothes were damp. I just remember the clothes seemed damp. Notes from the media pool described Page's testimony as calm and almost mechanical, as he explained what was contained within each image. Page spoke for about 90 minutes before the court took a break. He resumed his testimony around 1 p.m. During cross-examination, the defense attorney questioned Page about the unspent bullet reportedly found at the crime scene that had been integral in linking Allen to the murders. Investigators claim the tool marks on the cartridge, which wasn't fired but ejected, were a match for a Sig Sauer pistol owned by Allen. The defense has repeatedly attacked the science of linking tool markings from an ejected cartridge to a specific gun. According to Page's testimony, the cartridge wasn't easy to find. It was located after the bodies were already moved and found with the assistance of a blue light, which revealed a sparkle. Page said the cartridge was pointed straight down and, wow, so it was like a 90-degree, not perpendicular, but it was like a 90-degree angle to the ground. That's crazy. Which revealed a sparkle. Page said the cartridge was pointing straight down and found depressed into the ground. So maybe it was stepped on or something. Allen's attorney revealed that no photographs or video evidence reportedly exists showing the cartridge being removed from the ground at the crime scene. The sticks removed from atop the girls' bodies were not collected. That part, I think, bugs everybody. It's like, really? Even though you can't really get it's just something you'd want to collect because maybe someday you might be able to pull something off of it. Because when in 2017, the technology didn't exist that exists in 2022 and 2023, where they have like this vacuum stuff, and you might have been able to pull something off of that if you stored those, and immediately collected them, put them in a bag, and vacuum sealed them, something like that. Allen's attorneys revealed that no photographs. Okay, I think we're down here. The sticks removed from the top of the girls' bodies were not collected for testing, Page said. When asked why, the investigators said that he has never collected DNA evidence of value from branches. When Page was asked if a sexual assault forensic exam, commonly called an R-kit, I have to use that word now. I'm never going to use one of the fake words, though, was performed on the girls, the investigator said he assumed a test was conducted during the autopsy, but was unaware as he did not attend the autopsy. And then other state police crime scene investigators called to the stand on Monday were similarly questioned about the bloody site where the girls' bodies were found near Deer Creek. Dwayne Dotsman described how metal detectors were used at the scene and told the jury that no shoe impressions of evidentiary value were produced. When the defense team asked Dotsman why the girl's body's temperature wasn't taken at the crime scene, the investigators advised against inserting a thermometer into the girls' bodies who may have been sexually assaulted. Some of the most pointed questions, and by the way, let's say they had inserted a thermometer, guess what they would have said? You inserted that thermometer and it affected you know, let's say they did insert it and they found some material that matched, they'd blame it on the tool that was inserted. And how do we know there wasn't touch DNA found somewhere else that you inserted in there to make it look like it was a... You know, that's just how this defense team does. No matter how you do it. Hey, you guys, I'm the feds. Hey, everybody, Gray is the feds for sure. And my name is spelled A-Y. You know, you guys always think you're such geniuses, but you spell it G-R-E-Y every time. And the weird part is it's right there on the freaking screen, you know? You know, the name of my channel is G-R-A-Y. You should have been around during the Kanika Jenkins days, man. You'd fit right in. Yeah. Right now we are 75 short of me giving away 5 memberships. Alright. Dotsman testified that 2 days after processing the scene, someone ordered the investigators to go back and collect the sticks that had been placed on the bodies. Dotsman said he would do things differently when questioned by Baldwin. Did not believe it was an odd crime scene. Okay. Some of the most pointed questions for Dotsman were regarding the bloody branches that were laid on top of the bodies. Dotsman testified that investigators collectively decided to leave the branches because he had never got DNA off a surface like that. When questioned by defense attorney Andrew Baldwin, Dotsman said he did not believe it was an odd crime scene, even though he had never seen a crime scene with sticks placed on top of a body. Dotsman testified that 2 days after processing the scene, someone ordered the investigators to go back and collect the sticks that had been placed on the bodies. Dotsman said he would do things differently when questioned by Baldwin. Hey, thanks, Melanie. Gifted a membership to In the Pines. The last witness to take the stand on Monday was Brian Olehe, who served as a crime scene investigator with Indiana State Police for 7 years. Olehe described the heavily wooded area where the girls were found as a typical Indiana forest and riverside and prime deer country. He said investigators searched the area for trail cameras, but to his knowledge, none were found. Olehe went on to give similar accounts of the bloody crime scene, describing some of the girls' inside-out clothes found in the creek. So that means like they took it off and they're inside out. Pools of blood just south of the bodies. Sticks were partially laid over the girls' bodies, including a larger branch on Libby's arm. Olehe told jurors how another deputy lifted Libby's body off the ground to place it in a body bag, describing the leaves and dirt stuck to her back. Olehe said the largest pool of blood was the area between the two best friends. So it's right between them, huh? Both were cool to the touch, Olehe recollected. Both girls' necks were cut, with Olehe describing Libby's wounds as a result of being viciously slashed. Libby had blood on her heel, her thigh, parts of her left neck. So Libby had blood on her heel, her thigh, parts of her leg and neck. Not left, it says leg. Photos of the girl elicited an audible gasp in the courtroom. Olehe described how Abby was wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans, how one of Libby's shoes was found under Abby's body along with a pool of blood. So that's her blood underneath the body and her shoe, but then also under the shoe is a cell phone. Libby's phone, well there we go, was also found underneath Abby inside a Harry Potter themed phone case. Really? So the phone was actually in a case. So when she slid it in her pocket, oh wait, I guess it was just the case that's around it, right? not like she put it in a case. Prosecutors appeared ready to bring out the pieces of Abby and Libby's clothing when, at 5:47 p.m., Judge Gold brought Monday's session to an end. She remarked on the jury's long day and warned the jurors that many more long days would have to be endured in the days ahead. The prosecution will continue its questioning of Olahe on Tuesday morning before the defense team gets their chance to cross-examine. So it's pretty interesting, right? I mean, even though we're it's a lot quicker, you know, you're just kind of going through it. And here's the next day. Yep. Tuesday testimony in the Delphi murder trial included contentious cross-examination of lead crime scene investigator. Richard Allen faces 4 counts of murder in connection with the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams, Liberty German. Monday's difficult testimony included the viewing of unsettling crime scene photos as investigators describe what they found near the ground zero investigation area, near that area. And it says exchange became testy at times as Allen's defense challenged the handling of evidence and questioned investigators about branches found on the girls' bodies. Tuesday's session started with an additional testimony from Brian Olahe, the lead crime scene investigator on this case. Several key pieces of evidence were brought into court. Each piece was contained within a brown paper bag and was not physically shown to the jury. The evidence included Hollister blue jeans. I think those are Abby's. Tie-dye shirt. That's Libby's. Gray sweatshirt. It says medium size. I think that is also Abby's. That's the hoodie, the one that's outside the pink shirt in the image. Sonoma brand pink underwear. I don't know, that might be Abby's since she had the pink shirt. I have no idea. Black and purple sock, a pink sock, a green headscarf. Wow, so is there one sock missing from each girl? You know, because he only found a black sock and a pink sock. Green headscarf, black faded glory spaghetti strap shirt, Converse tennis shoes. I think that black one's maybe Abby underneath the pink shirt. Converse tennis shoes, those are Abby's. .40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge, Richard Allen's. Collection of strand of material found between fingers of Abby's right hand. Well, that's going to be one of Kelsey's hair because she was wearing Kelsey's sweatshirt. Abby was. Strand from Abby's left arm, and then Libby's phone, and a black Nike tennis shoe under Abby's body. Well, there's also, the other one was found in the creek. So I'm not sure why he didn't mention the other black shoe. The items were either collected from the creek, well, you missed one of them. You didn't say the other Nike shoe that was found in the creek. Other evidence included swabs taken from various parts of the girls' bodies, arm, wrist, etc. One swab, and by the way, they only found one pair of underwear. So apparently there was one sock and one pair of underwear that was missing. So I don't know, they seem to be, I know that one sock and one pair of underwear were missing. It almost seems like it's going to be Libby's underwear that's missing. I'm just saying, girls you guys like to match things. She has the pink shirt, so I'm assuming the pink underwear was Abby's. It might not be. I'm just kind of guessing. So then maybe the one that was missing would be Libby, and Libby was one that was found nude, so maybe that would be why. I don't know. The items were either collected from the creek, recovered from the crime scene. Other evidence included swabs taken from various parts of the girls' bodies, arms, wrists, etc. One swab was blood from a tree and taken approximately 4 feet above the ground, while others were of blood found on the ground near the girls and nearby trees. Investigators also swabbed Libby's phone. Sexual assault kits were completed and turned over to police. Evidence from the autopsy included a black hooded sweatshirt with words Delphi Swimming and German on it, size XL blue jeans with blood on them, gray cotton bra. See, these are all things Abby was wearing. Pink sleeves shirt and black bra with red stains. So it says sexual assault kits were completed. It says evidence from the autopsy included a black. See, these are all, this is what Abby was wearing. Everything that's mentioned right here. A black hooded sweatshirt with the word Delphi Swimming and XL blue jeans with blood on them, gray cotton bra, pink sleeveless shirt, and she also had on the Chuck Taylor shoes. Thank you, In the Pines. And thanks, Melanie, again, for getting the membership for In the Pines. Abby was wearing the blue jeans, oh, there you go, and sweatshirt. Investigators said the clothing belonged to Libby German, meaning Abby was wearing her friend's clothes. Defense attorney Brad Rosie examined Olahi, cross-examined Olahi. He asked multiple times if the swabs contained DNA collected connecting Allen to the crime scene. Olahi said he was not aware of any connection. See, that's what's so weird is that See, here's the thing, everybody. These nut jobs out there keep going, his DNA wasn't even there. Well, guess what? Nobody's DNA was there. So let me ask you this. Is it more likely, I've said this before, but is it more likely that one single solitary man acting alone with dexterity might not leave DNA there, other than a pack of wild Odinists performing crazy rituals out there? Don't you think it'd be much more likely that there'd be some sort of DNA of a pack of crazy Odinist lunatics are out there? Somebody didn't leave DNA there, and doesn't it seem more likely that a guy with a gun who's controlling every move that they're making might not leave any DNA whatsoever? And then if you introduce gloves, no, we don't know if he wore gloves, because he wouldn't have to touch him. Guys, down the hill, has a gun on him, walks him to an area. Maybe they partially disrobed and walked across the creek. Then on the other side, he forces them to take off the rest of their clothes with his gun. Then eventually he, kills both of them. But before he killed Abby, he let her dress again. Probably had her dress at gunpoint. So there isn't a lot of touching DNA exposure whatsoever. He did move Libby's body, so he must have dragged her a distance. So maybe he had gloves on or something. I don't know. Or maybe they just, that it just wasn't there. No, we don't know if there was DNA that was there and it wasn't found. They found some kind of DNA. I'm not sure what that means, Sarah67. DNA was there. No DNA was found. What? No, you don't know, though, Cindy. You can't say agreed. You don't know. They didn't find anything. Okay? I mean, I guess they did say it one. Maybe there was a mixture in one of the things that we heard. And you can't take out, whenever you have a mixture, the one that's the major contributor, you can take out. The lesser contributor, in his case, would just be touch DNA mixed with blood. And at that point, there's almost nothing there. There's no way to get it. Right, yeah. I remember they said there was like some mixed stuff, but you don't know what it is, whose it is, or anything. I think it'll be so amazing someday in the future when just one cell is enough to identify. Well, how do you know, Sarah? You know what I mean? I know you think that, but because every crime, the killer leaves something at the crime scene. That's 101. I'm just saying, I don't know how you know that. I mean, you can say what you want to say. It's just, you're saying it like it's a fact. You know, maybe he left a cell there and they just never found it. Sure, I can buy that. But by the way, you can't. One cell does not turn into a sequence. For some reason, they haven't fixed that yet. I don't know why. It seems like you should be able to take one cell and get the DNA out of it. But anyways, you guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support this channel, not the other ones, I would appreciate your support if you have the ability to. If you don't, then I don't want you helping the channel in that way, because I'd rather have you buy something for yourself. But I'm trying to, you know, keep reaching the goals on this channel, but we've kind of dropped off. I don't know, the trial's over and everything like that, but I'm just going back through it because, you know, when you're going, at the time you're going through it, there's stuff that you sort of miss because you're trying to, you know, put it all together, and it's also spread out so long that you're not really sure. Yeah, I know, Cindy, I just said that. Right, yeah. You just have to say, yeah, it's possible that there was no DNA there. Hey, thanks, Heidi MJ. The cool sunglasses. Yeah. No, it's interesting because this site, I didn't know this one existed, this Wayne.com. They're way more detailed, and they're describing it pretty well. They made a couple of errors, but it's not bad. Ole said he was not aware of the connection between DNA and Richard Allen. Fox 59 CBS reporter Max Lewis described Rosie's approach as aggressive. Rosie asked about the sticks, branches found on the girls' bodies and questioned Ole about the bullet evidence and shoe impressions. He asked about the time of death, while Ole telling him it was an imprecise science. Hey, thanks so much, Kinsman. Of the branches found on the bodies, Ole said he believes someone placed them there. Well, of course. Yeah, the wind blew, and I mean, it's just ridiculous. Placed them there to conceal the bodies. Yeah, see, I think they were starting to try to conceal the bodies. Rosie also asked if Ole believed the sticks were there to communicate, which Ole answered in the negative. He also said and by the way, there's this cold case that was just solved that I was trying to figure out how to cover because it's hard to get off of when you're covering this, but they just solved one using DNA, and when they arrested, the guy was like 87, it was 47 years ago or something, like 19, God, shit, what was it, 74, no, it's 50 years ago, yeah, so it was 1974, and they arrested this guy, and he's 84 years old himself. And when they arrested him, he goes, yeah. He just totally confessed. And he killed this girl. And he actually tried to cover her with leaves and stuff. But he got, guess what it said? He was covering her with leaves, and then he got spooked, and he took off before finishing covering. And I was like, my God. Doesn't that sound similar? Hey, thanks, Heather M. Thanks for always keeping the families first and advocating for the truth. Yeah. So, by the way, how many of you guys watched the interview that I put out today, which is from 2020, but it's with Doug Carter and Kelsey? And it's like when you watch that, don't you just realize that, I mean, if you're one of the psychos that think Kelsey's involved, when you watch that, don't you just realize she's just a young girl trying to figure out what the hell happened to her sister? I mean, don't you feel like that? 47 more. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, so when you watch that, you just go, wow, look at this. I mean, Doug Carter, he sort of probably looks at her almost like a daughter, you know, and he's so helpful. I think I cut out a part where she wanted to get help, but the guy never returned his call, and he goes, give me the guy's name. He'll be calling you back. You know, like one of the, you know, like it's just amazing, you guys. And that's how she is when you meet her. Like when you talk to her in person, that's how she is. You know, now you're going to bitch about something not being as precise as you wanted it to be. I mean, she was 16 freaking years old at the time, okay? I swear to God, I'm saving, I have a folder built up. And I hope to God that they literally find a lawyer that'll just do a pro bono, whatever, just do it on contingency and just go after these fools. I mean, they are embarrassments. They just do it over and over, and they think they're so righteous and so right. And so I'll tell you what, the deal I would make if I was a family is you check yourself into a mental facility or we'll take all punitive damages, all right? Because those people are crazy. Just really, really crazy people. They make me angry. They should make everybody angry. It's disgusting, okay? Gray, just because they think differently than you doesn't mean... Oh, shut the hell up. God, you're stupid. So you wonder why I make that other voice. You know, I like having this battle with this other voice, but what that voice always is the troll dipshits. You know, the Rick Snays of the world, the morons out there saying that the... So what's weird is you got these people like Snay and everybody, they're friends with the other people who make videos accusing the family. Because at least they're not on the Richard Allen Did It team. But isn't he ashamed of those people and being associated with those people? Wow. Man, embarrassing. Of the branches found on the bodies, Olahi said he believed someone placed them there to conceal the bodies. Rosie also asked if Olahi believed the sticks were there to communicate, which Olahi answered in the negative. He also said he had not observed any man-made cut in one of the sticks. He said, since Abby was wearing some of Libby's clothes, it was logical assumption that Libby was disrobed. Right. Well, but she disrobed herself, okay? He said investigators were not able to determine where the events occurred and told Rosie that investigators didn't test the sticks found with the girls. Olahi told Rosie he wasn't aware of photos of the ground after the bullets were removed. Rosie asked Olahi if he agreed that he did a poor job of documenting the bullet. That led to an objection from the state, one of many during Rosie's tough cross-examination. When asked if he wished he had taken more pictures, Olahi said no. During his redirect, Deputy Prosecutor James Luttrell asked how many items of ammunition were found and packed at the scene. Olahi said there was only one, the unspent bullet at the center of the state's case. Yeah, what's weird is I could argue, I think without the bullet, you still have a great case, honestly. At one point, Rosie referred to the cartridge as a magic bullet, you know, akin to the Kennedy assassination, where one fell out on a gurney, leading to another objection. Judge Frangol sustained it, calling the characterization improper. Rosie again questioned Olahi about whether he wished he had taken more photos. Olahi also told the court that there were no signs of defensive wounds on Libby. Jurors submitted a handful of questions asking about the method of collecting and sealing evidence. They also asked how the bullet was collected and stored and whether the undergrowth under Abby's body appeared to be disrupted. Olahi stepped down at 10:48 a.m., leading to a break. So there, you know, he's trying to work in the, she was moved. Leading to a break with testimony set to resume later. Hey, welcome, Chris Ketchmark. I wouldn't say I did it if I didn't. Well, he even said I will never confess to something I didn't do. I did it, Kathy. I did it. No, you didn't. They've put something in your food. No, I really did it. You didn't. Well, I think I did it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, you did it. Okay. Yeah, just that's how they should have done the closing argument. Start with that right there, and then work through, and then go back to that again. I like his ending though, like when he said, you know, and by the way, I 100% agree with McClellan that the video solved the case, because without that video, Richard Allen is never coming forward. I'm kind of surprised that the prosecution didn't allude to the timing. You know, saying that, you know, ladies and when he's talking to the jury, and at one point he could say something like this, and their bodies were found on the 14th. And then on the 15th, we put out the image of the bridge guy asking for that person to come forward. And then the very next day, Richard Allen went to the police station and turned himself in as a tip. I mean, my God, you know, and then say and just say he turned himself in as a tip. But they might be thinking, well, God, that's nice of him. But you got to word it in a way, and then say, like, in a lot of cases, the criminals will try to get ahead of the case by insinuating themselves. I mean, I would just say what you think. You know, just why even do that? Just go, he turned himself in. Richard Allen, likely after seeing himself, thought for sure somebody would recognize him having his public job. And to his surprise, the tip was lost. And for 5.5 years, he was able to live his life. And you'll hear that later. Because you hear in the confession when he said, one of his confessions when he said he ejected a bullet, took the girls down the hill, was going to assault them down below there. Then a white van drove by, he took them across the creek, and he killed them, and he didn't want to have them suffer, and he was being really selfish when he killed them, because he didn't want to get caught himself. And then he left the trails, not on the trail itself, and then he went on living his life. Right there. See? Wait, are we... Oh, is this where we are? Oldie stepped down. Jurors submitted a handful of questions asking about the method of collecting and sealing evidence. They also asked how the bullet was collected and stored, and whether the undergrowth under Abby's body appeared to be disrupted. Not sure. Disrupted. Well, it should be. It should be flattened down, and then bridge guy witness takes the stand. Here we go. After jurors saw video pulled from Liberty German's phone showing the infamous bridge guy, several witnesses took the stand who were out walking the trails and crossing the high bridge on the day the girls vanished. Rayleigh Voorhees was a 16-year-old Delphi high school student back in 2017 when she was out walking near the Freedom Bridge. She described seeing an unsettling man near the bridge that's the Freedom Bridge, near the bridge, who glared at her. She did not recognize the man and said he wore a mask up to his nose. See, that's something that was mentioned to that Doug Rice guy a long time ago. When shown a blown-up photograph of Bridge Guy, Voorhees said, "That's the man I saw on the trail." Voorhees described Bridge Guy as wearing black jeans, a black hoodie, black boots, and black mask. That's just what her memory was. See how different everybody is? Claimed the man had a bigger build, and Richard Allen did have a bigger build. He was just short. And estimated him to be 20 to 30 years old. He was definitely older than that, but he has a baby face. Don't you agree? And by the way, he had a mask up to his nose, so all she could see is his eyes. So how would you really be able to tell how old somebody was? Voorhees admitted her memory may have been impacted by the photo of Bridge Guy released by police during the investigation into the murders. Bessie Blair took the witness stand next. Blair said she had been out walking the trails on February 13, 2017, and also saw the alleged bridge guy. Blair also saw Abby and Libby during one of her many loops while walking the trails. After learning of the girl's disappearance, Blair spoke to police who wanted her to help create a sketch of the man she spotted near the bridge. She said the man had brown poofy hair, but look at the picture right there. Doesn't that look like, there was a lot of people out there, by the way, that thought that was actually just hair on the top of his head. I can't tell you. Put a 1 if you've been following this case since the beginning. How many people looked at the bridge guy photo and would say, oh yeah, look at it, that's just hair on his head? It's amazing how many people said that. I would say like 50% of the people thought that was the hair on top of his head. I think that's pretty funny that people would say that. We know what it was, Mia. We know what it was. But people would say that was hair on his head. Like that's the crown of his head right there. Yeah. Betsy Blair took the... we're already there. After learning of the girl's disappearance, Blair spoke with police who wanted her to help them create a sketch of the man she spotted near the bridge. She said the man had brown, poofy hair and described him as looking younger. She didn't recall him having facial hair. Blair told the jury she was roughly 50 feet from bridge guy and claimed she thought due to his posture that he was looking for someone. Due to both witnesses bringing up the composite sketches, Allen's attorneys approached, I think, opening the door on bringing the sketches back into the trial. Judge Gould previously ruled that the sketches aren't admissible in court. Alright, there we go. I don't know if this continues that or not. But it's the same day. This might be first. Let's see. Witnesses in court recall seeing bridge guy. Yeah, I mean, this is similar. As in most small towns, everybody knows everybody. Our families are kind of intertwined, Hughes said of the Williams and German family. I don't know who this is. Let's see. Ann Hughes owns Sassy Salon on North Washington Street in the center of Delphi, just a few doors down. No, this isn't part of the trial. I guess. Is she... Whoever discovered it just changed. Okay. I guess we'll just go down to here. What was called the last user activity on Liberty German's phone was video taken at 2:13 p.m. on February 13, 2017. The video was played in court Tuesday, while some images and audio from that video had been released to the media over the years-long investigation. Playing it in court was the first time the media had publicly saw the video in full. It was 43 seconds long and started with Abby Williams seen on the Monon High Bridge. As she walked towards the camera, which is presumed Libby was the one taking the video on her own cell phone, a man walked on the bridge, appears behind Abby. Abby continued off the bridge and passes by Libby. This is exactly, if you guys ever go watch my animations from back in the day, it's exactly how I had it, because somebody explained it to me. But hey guys, we're on one of those lulls again. We're still 47 short of reaching the goal, and then I'll give away 5 memberships, which is $25 out of my pocket. Of course, I get part of it back because it's my channel, but I lose money. The distance Betsy Blair saw him matters, not because he himself placed himself exactly on. Yeah, I know it does. But she was actually 111 feet, Banner Lions. Because she said she turned around at the barricade. And that's actually way further back. 50 feet is the start of the bridge. 111 feet is the barricades. I think when she looked over there and saw him, she turned around earlier than she normally would. Anyways, it was 43 seconds long and started with Abby Williams seen on the Monon High Bridge. As she walked towards the camera, which is presumed Libby was the one taking the video on her own cell phone, a man walking on the bridge appears behind Abby. I think we read this yesterday. Abby continues off the bridge and passes by Libby, at which point the phone goes sideways and points down to the ground. You can hear a female voice, presumed to be Libby, say, "There's no path going here, so go down there. Go down here." The video shows a gravel trail. Oh, well, she also said, "Don't leave me up here," but that's not in this. The video shows a gravel trail when she says that. That's crazy. That means, like, that little, on the other side of the bridge, that gravel trail is shown for a moment in the video. So she turned it all the way around. You can then hear a male voice say, "Guys," and then the same male voice, and then a female voice says, "Hi," which the video was played twice in court during two different witness testimonies. It was difficult to conclusively tell if a male voice spoke again, but he did. He said, "Down the hill." That wasn't the enhanced audio. While that video was playing the first time, Libby's mom was emotional in the courtroom gallery. The video was evidence entered by the state during testimony from Lieutenant Brian Bunner, who's with the Indiana State Police Digital Forensic Program. He now oversees the program for the entire state. He joined that department in 2009 and has been with the state police for 24 years. Bunner testified about the role in extracting information from Libby's cell phone in 2017. Bunner says that the next day, February 15th, he took the iPhone 6S up to a computer program used by the state police that designed to collect data from the phone, including contacts, messages, calls, voicemails, pictures, and videos. That data is in computer code and is translated with another program into readable report. The first report for Libby's phone was several hundred pages long. While he said he quickly turned that report over to detectives, Bunner also testified that he did look at some of the data on the camera. Roll showed video had been taken in the last day or two. That video was the one on the bridge on February 13th at 2:13 p.m. On February 21st, 2017, detectives brought the phone back to him to see if he could use additional programs to extract any more data from the phone. Yeah, it seems like didn't we go over all this yesterday? Just this one anyways? Yeah. See, we went over this yesterday. So if you go back and watch that one yesterday, I don't want to go through the same one again. We read this all last night. So I'm going to go to the next one. Man, you guys are a tough crowd tonight. Like I said before, we are 47 short of me giving away 5 memberships. If you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Jurors watched a 43-second video captured from Libby's phone was played in the courtroom. The video captured flashes of Abby and Libby along with a man on the bridge walking in the distance. The man's voice is heard commanding the girls, uttering the infamous line, "Guys, down the hill." Abby, wearing a red shirt, rushes past the phone camera, which is pointed towards the ground, and shows railroad tracks and a gravel path. Wow, that's crazy. One of the girls, believed to be Libby, is heard responding to the man, telling him something to the effect of, "There's no path down here. We gotta go down here." They then descend towards the south side bank of Deer Creek. The girls' bodies would be found across the creek the very next day. This was the first time a longer version of the cell phone video had been played. So this is probably just a shorter version of that same one we just did. What? Hey, thanks, Chris Ketchmark. Oh. Let me see this thing you sent. Fig saws. Check it out. But, I don't know. I'm not sure how much more I'm going to be on here.
There will be an appeal, and we will get a new trial, and we will probably get away from this fucking judge. Guilty on all counts. We're all Richard Allen. All of us. You pieces of shit got to the jury, didn't ya?
Jeez. That's crazy. Hey, thanks. I wear lingerie. Can we hear the Ooh La La song? Yeah, just for a minute. I gotta use the restroom anyways. Awesome. Well, didn't look like we reached the goal tonight. But anyways, that's all right. I think I'm gonna go do something else. I don't even know where I was on this list over here. I think we were on what were we on, the 23rd. So maybe we'll pick up on the 23rd on the next show. All right. So thank you to. Hey, thanks, Poppy. Thanks to let's see, the wave. Oh, I guess it has the words in there. Interesting. Okay, it doesn't say Okinawa, man. It says Efinawa. That's what it says. Efinawa. Thanks to Jessica Schubach, Linda Howell, Katie Lynn, then Linda Howell, then Kelly S., then Karen, then Herbert Landscaping, pretty much saved the show. Then Bobby Swain, gifted 5, also very cool. Crystal Visions, Lisa Valenzuela, Donna Ethier, then Live Free or Die, 41 months. Then we have Herbert Landscaping. Again, like half of everything. And then Christian Hutcherson, Georgina Stoliker, gifted 1. Then G. Gunnett Palmer, Michelle H. Herbert Landscaping, gifted a membership. Then My Father's Alibi, it is Amy Darcy Marie. Then Katie Lynn, Susie Sandpiper, and Strawberry Season, and then Melanie, gifted 1, and then In the Pines, then Heidi MJ, Kinsman, Heather M, Chris Ketchmark, new member, then Kinsman, I Wear Lingerie, Poppy, and KK. Well, maybe I should read one more page then. Because of KK right at the buzzer there. It was so dead for so long. It was just... Kelsey, when you sue, who are you talking to? She's not in the chat here. Yeah, 28 away. About almost 30, really. We were like 27 away. Yeah, pretty. Should have been easy. Yeah, maybe we can, tell you what, just since we're at the end of the show, and we'll go back, we'll get on to the next day tomorrow, the 23rd. But maybe I can, I think it was on the 13th. Mary. Yeah, I thought this was sort of interesting. So this is that cold case really quick. I'll just do that. Alright, screw it. So I saw the killer, his name is John Keith Miller. And he actually shows up in this one newspaper article from, I think it's like Austin. That's not Texas, though. It's Austin, Minnesota. And he's just in this random article right here. It says James Thomas Burke Eller and for each appeared on charges of second-degree forgery. Isn't that weird how they always have something that's kind of like, most of the time, some of these killers, just randomly did something kind of weird like that. Well, thanks, KK. Jeez. 2 of them. Did you win the lottery today? Anyways, thank you. And then I Wear Lingerie became a member. Where are we at here? Oh, almost there. We're 5 away now. Gosh, then I'm going to have to put it in there. But anyways, I guess what we could do is just take a look at this. And
Mary Schlice's family says she loved...
An 84-year-old man has been arrested for the cold case murder from 50 years ago after he was linked to the crime via genetic genealogy, authorities said on Monday. Hey, thanks, Aaron Maiden. Hold on a second. Here we go. You guys did it, man. You got to the goal. That was crazy. How did that happen? Anyways, there you go. There's 5 more. So we got Heidi MJ Knuckles, No Jobski, and Jenna Joy, and Felicia Daly. Alright, well, thanks, you guys. Anyways, I'm just going to go over this, and if you're not interested in anything other than one case, then you probably won't be interested in this. An 84-year-old man has been arrested for the cold case murder of 50 years ago after he was linked to the crime via genetic genealogy, authorities said on Monday. I think I actually have it. Didn't I make a folder? Yeah, right there. No, that's actually... Yeah, that's this one. Yeah. On February 15th, 1974, Mary Schlice maybe, was found stabbed to death on a road in Dunn County, Wisconsin, about 75 miles east of Minneapolis. Schlice, an accomplished artist, was believed to be hitchhiking from her hometown of Minneapolis to an art show in Chicago when she was killed. Decades went without an arrest. A key piece of evidence, a stocking cap, was left at the crime scene, but the hairs on the hat had no matches in the combined DNA index system. So this person didn't commit a crime during any of the years where they started doing DNA, which would be like after, like, you know, I don't even know, like 88 or 89, something like that, when you would even think of doing something like CODIS. Then last year, the Dunn County Sheriff's Office partnered with Ramapo College of New Jersey to try to solve the case using investigative genetic genealogy. And that's what we have, an actual fund that we put together. We have a DNA fund. We have over $90-something thousand in it. And by the way, that's why I try to keep raising funds on all my shows so that we can keep contributing to those organizations, you know. And guess what? Times are going to get better for everybody. Coming up here next year, you watch. Starting on January 6th. Or 20th, I guess. Alright? Alright. Hey, thanks, Ruben. Then last year, the Dunn County Sheriff's Office partnered with Ramapo College. And then with genetic genealogy, an unknown killer's DNA from a crime scene can be identified through his or her family members who voluntarily submit their DNA to genealogy databases. For example, GEDmatch. Put a 1 if you don't really know how genetic genealogy works. I can explain it in like 2 minutes, maybe less than 5, where it's really kind of simple to get. So if you don't understand how it works, just put a 1 in there. Yeah, if I even get 1, okay, there's 1 right there, I'll do it. Yeah, okay, so this is how forensic genetic genealogy works currently. You know those websites like 23andMe and Ancestry? You know those websites? Well, you spit into a tube and you send it to them, and they extract your DNA and show you who all your matches are, etc., right? But when you have a DNA sample, let's say you find a sample of semen somewhere, and you're able to come up with the sequence, but, you know, how do you upload it to 23andMe? You know, it's not spit, or, you know, that's what they use, is spit, like that. So there's a site called, a company called Bioinformatics. And by the way, when you're on 23 and Ancestry.com, it allows you to download your raw data in a zip file. Okay? And then there's places like GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, I think, where you can upload that same raw data, and it puts it out there publicly for people to then upload their data and see if they can find matches. And it's based on a thing called centimorgan count, where the higher the centimorgan count, the closer the relative is to you. All right, so when you have an unknown person, bioinformatics is able to take a sequence and put it in the exact same format as the zip file that you download from 23andMe, and it allows you to upload to GEDmatch this unknown profile. And then what it does is you upload it on there, and it gives you the centimorgan count. So when you get the centimorgan count, it actually gives you like the email address and so forth of that match, and then you start building. You figured out who that person is, You can look through newspaper articles to build out family trees, like here's an obituary that names all the different family members, etc. Right? Yeah. Anyways. And you start building out the tree, and eventually it leads back to, you try to find the match from the father and mother's side, and then eventually you lead back into one person. But that's how it works, you know, that they put it in these public databases, they look through and they build trees, and it's, you know, the concept is sort of simple, but the actual doing it, I don't think is. Like, these guys are freaking amazing. Like, you know, Misty Gillis, who used to work for Identifinders. I mean, she's like a savant. Just kind of looks at it and goes, oh, here we go, and just starts building out a tree. It's crazy. Does that make any sense, you guys? I mean, just, that's all you got to know, the basic. You're basically taking the DNA and you're uploading it to a public database by having bioinformatics create the same raw data zip file. Yeah, so what you can do, you guys, like for example, one of these genealogists taught me a little bit, you know, spent like a week or so showing me how to do it. And it was pretty cool. So what I did was I pretended that I didn't know who I was. Right? So you upload your, I uploaded my DNA to GEDmatch, and then I got this one match back that was 650 centimorgans, which is like a, you know, a first cousin or something. And I was like, but it was a miracle because, let's see, my mom's sister had a child that she gave up for adoption, and this same lady found us and came in, you know, like got a hold of us, and we started communicating and stuff. And that was who that first match was on GEDmatch. Could you imagine your first time you're trying to do this thing? It's an adopted person that isn't known to, yeah, you wouldn't know who that was at all. You'd be like, who is this person? Their parents aren't related to you or anything. So that would have been a complete nightmare. So I at least knew that, and I took her out of it, and I started digging around. I think I got to a Hughes somewhere. It was kind of interesting. Yeah. All right, anyways, with genetic genealogy, an unknown killer's DNA from a crime scene can be identified through his or her family members who voluntarily submit their DNA to genealogy databases. This allows police to create much, and I think all criminals, instead of using CODIS, should have to upload their DNA to GEDmatch. I think all criminals need their DNA in GEDmatch for, and just, I think, use for anybody, really. But law enforcement have an incredible database to be able to use. Anyways, this allows police to create a much larger family tree than using law enforcement databases like CODIS, right? Around the fall of 2023, a possible family line for the suspect was identified, authorities said. And they used a hair to do this. This January, an investigation began into an individual possibly related to the suspect, authorities said, and in May, police interviewed that person at their home in Wyoming. Investigators determined that individual was not the suspect, but he did lead police to another possible suspect, his cousin in Michigan, authorities said. The man in Michigan was also interviewed and determined to not be the suspect, authorities said, which exhausted any known male family members in the family lineage. Authorities said they then considered the possibility that their mystery suspect was adopted. I mean, see what a nightmare that is? And therefore unknown to the people on his own family tree. This fall, investigators spoke to another relative who agreed to use their genetic profile to help, authorities said. That relative led to the suspect, 84-year-old John Miller. Another John Miller, for God's sakes. Isn't that the guy's name who killed April Tinsley? whose DNA was linked to the crime scene, authorities said. Miller's DNA was found to be a match on November 4th, which would have been Schlice's 76th birthday, police noted. So the victim would be 76 right now when she was 26 at the time. Miller, who had been adopted, was arrested for murder on Tuesday at his home in Owatonna, Minnesota, authorities said. Miller confirmed his involvement in the murder when he was confronted with the evidence against him, according to sheriff's officials. He did inform us that as soon as he had opened the door, he knew why we were there. How many times have I told you guys that? These killers, especially the sexual assault ones, from like 1970 to 1990, before DNA was a thing, that people knew about it, are all shitting their pants. They all sit around on a daily basis. I would say from 1960 to 1990, they're all just sitting around wondering when that knock is coming at the door. Every one of them. Gray, that's mean. You said shitting his pants. Well, shit, Richard Allen ate the damn thing. Wasn't that worse? Whew. Anyways, this guy, that's what I'm saying. So when I showed you this a minute ago, he's right here in the, doing some forgery. And this is him, right? Because it's 1960. And, he was probably like 20 years old at the time. All right, then we go to 1974. Yeah, bump. So here it is. These are the articles. The body of a woman, tentatively identified as Mary L. Schlice, 25, of Minneapolis, was found Friday afternoon alongside a road in southeastern Dunn County. The victim was reported to be 5 feet 10 inches tall, very tall, weighing only 135 pounds, with light brown hair and hazel eyes. Dunn County Sheriff Daryl Spagnoletti said the victim was hitchhiking from Minneapolis to Madison and then to Chicago. Suspect is described as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35. I mean, what a great description. He was actually 34. He is reported to be about 6 feet tall, weighing 180 pounds, with medium length auburn hair and a thick mustache. Spagnoletti said the suspect was seen driving away in a late model orange gold colored compact car at approximately 1:25 p.m. A passerby, not named by authorities for security reasons, reportedly was driving down the dead-end road near Elk Creek Lake. So let's see. So here's this place. So there's a dead-end road somewhere in this general area by Elk Creek Lake. It looks pretty rural anyways. So, they didn't say what the name of the road was or anything, but here's Elk Creek Lake here. Not named by authorities. Okay, it says, upon investigating, he reportedly saw a man throw a body. I mean, this witness literally saw that guy throw a body into the ditch and attempt to cover it with snow. The man then backed his auto onto the main, the main wait, what does that mean? Well, let's see, where am I at? The main roadway. Wow, that's ridiculous. Here's a police drawing of a man sought in connection with the death of Mary L. Okay, that was just the subheading. It goes over here. Onto the main roadway and fled from the scene, the passerby said. And guess what? You know what he said? He said he got scared. He started to cover her with branches, or, attempted to cover with snow. Yeah, that's right. He was trying to cover with snow, and then he got scared, and he took off. So it was snow, not leaves, like I was thinking. Spagnoletti said an autopsy shows the victim died from numerous stab wounds to her back, neck, and abdomen from what appeared to have been a thin blade knife. Time of death is listed at about 12 noon. The victim suffered a broken nose, and several bruises. She probably fought her ass off. Bruises on her body and face, sheriff said. It was a brutal attack. It appears she put up a big fight. There you go, see? Before being killed, Spagnoletti said. Authorities assumed the woman was killed at some other location and then driven to where her body was thrown into the ditch. When found, the woman was wearing a maroon turtleneck sweater and spot-dyed blue denim slacks. Tentative identification was apparently made through a telephone. Let's see. Apparently made through a telephone number found on the victim. They linked her to an employment at a Minneapolis restaurant. This article's 50 years ago. That's what we're reading. If tentative identification is correct, the woman left Minneapolis at about 10:30 a.m. Thursday wearing a tan, furry, three-quarter length coat and carrying a purse, neither of which have been found. So they never found the purse and the jacket. Ms. Schlice was graduated cum laude from the University of Minnesota and was a recipient of many scholarships. How many cases have we covered where the victim is like a genius? You know, the woman is like a really accomplished person. She also studied abroad. All missing person reports are being checked by authorities here who are working with Homicide Division of the Minneapolis Police Department to secure positive identification. Dental records are also being compared. Other areas, law enforcement agencies assisting in the investigation are the Menominee Police, etc. Yeah. So we got that. Then there was another one on that was the 16th of February, 1974. Ironically, the same day that Richard Allen, different year, but got a hold of the tip line. All leads to Dunn Slayer have proven unproductive. Dunn County Deputy Sheriff Wendell Ramney reported this morning that although the Dunn County Sheriff received several leads in the effort to track down, how do you not be able to find an orange vehicle? Ms. Schlice's body was discovered on a dead-end road near Elk Creek Lake in the township of Springbrook by an unidentified man on Friday. The Dunn County authorities reported the man told them he saw a man throw a body into the ditch and attempted to cover it with snow. The passerby told the authorities he left the scene and returned a few minutes later to find the Schlice woman's body. He described her assailant as being how in the hell did he leave a hat there? That's crazy. He described her assailant as being a white male, about 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, and between 25 and 35. The man, whose name was not revealed for security reasons, told, I think it's pretty close to the last one. Then we're going to the 20th. It's just, keeps getting worse, No new developments in murder case. I love Gray reading voice. Let's support him. A freak wave. Hell, thanks. Yeah, I put a lot of people to sleep with my voice, okay? There's a lot of people who just fall right to sleep. I'm not sure that's good, but maybe that's why the super chats die down when I'm reading, It's like if I had a camera on all your faces, I would look at you and you'd be going like that, right? That's what I thought. Yep, so there's no more, just really are struggling. They're not finding anything. See, this is kind of, this one I thought was interesting because it had a photo here. Officers Sunday concentrated their efforts on finding the victim's coat and purse here. Conservation Warden John Holmes left the Sheriff Daryl Spagnoletti float a creek in the Elk Creek Lake area searching for items. She put up an awful fight, a witness said. The body was dropped from a late model orange or gold compact car, Spagnoletti said. and the witness described the man in the car as about 6 feet tall. This witness was reportedly driving down a dead-end road near Elk Creek Lake when he saw what appeared to be a fight. Wow. That was different. Appeared to be a fight. Upon investigating, he reportedly saw a man throw a body into the ditch, so it happened like right there. She was still alive then, I guess. The man, right before that, the man then backed his auto onto the main roadway and fled from the scene. Time of death is listed about noon. So that means he drove down and then he backed it up the dead-end road onto the main highway. So here's the creek there. I mean, that's that side, and there's, well, that's it. Right? I mean, that's probably the only, yeah, maybe it's this road right there. And they thought maybe he tossed it over. And by the way, this, what I'm doing right now usually ends up being the right thing. Yeah, so dead end. So there's this thing right here. And here's the creek there, so you might think, okay, so he was near a spot like this where he could have tossed it, and they're checking, so where would there be a dead-end road? Like, I mean, this could be one right here. Because it does dead end over there. There's no way out. And then then they think, then he threw the coat into the water and maybe it's in there. Yeah, that makes sense too, because it's in the area of Elk Creek, but maybe these are the dead-end roads. Because you drive down that and it just kind of ends, right, over here. But maybe he just went a little ways, and then he goes to right here, and then he throws her out or something happens, then he backs out this way and then goes, like, that's the main road, I think. Just an idea, just an idea. But thanks again up there to Peanuts Revenge. I guess others didn't agree. I'm not doing a Zodiac thing, man. It's like everybody and their dog does Zodiac. There's cases out there that need some attention. Woman car trunk. Okay, and then this other lady in 1977. That's still unsolved, by the way. I think this one, I think they think these might be connected. A woman whose body was in the trunk of a car pulled from Tainter Lake near Menomonee has been strangled, according to, and the car was pulled out and she died in 1971. It's crazy. And her name is Mrs. Butterback. But then down here it says, he said officials were checking to see if there might be a connection between Mrs. Butterback's death and other unsolved killings, including that of Mary Schlice. Even though the way they were killed is different. Yeah, I covered the Burger Chef murder. Yeah, I did that one on a couple shows. I don't know what that means. You mean I'm a map in real life, Mandy? Is that what you're saying? Hello, Gray, you're really good at these maps. I hope it doesn't actually take one to know one. I have no idea what that even means. Well, if you're a map, maybe... Yeah, but I don't even know what that means, though. You know what I'm saying? I try to explain what the joke is. I'd like to be able to hit the drum roll, but I don't even know what the joke is, so I can't even hit it. You know what I mean? No, good for you, Banner Lions. Yeah, tell the Murder Sheet. I'm sure they'd be interested in that. Does anybody know what that means? LOL, Gray. You're really good with these maps. I hope it doesn't actually take one to know one. I just need to know what that means. Anybody? Yeah, but what does that mean? Takes what to know what? What are you referring to? What's the one to know one? Mandy, go ahead. What does that mean? Takes what? A map? So, takes a map to know another map? You're really good at maps. Takes one to know one. A map to know a mapper? Or what? Man. Cuckoo. She hopes you aren't social. What? How does that have anything to do with Richard Allen? I know. I don't know what it means, though, Mandy. So it's not funny. You get it? Like, tell me what it means. You guys are crazy. Does anybody else understand what that means? Hey, Gray, you're good at maps. Takes one to know one. What? A map? So it takes a map to know another map? Is that what you're saying? Jesus. Now we got an actual troll in here. Jesus, where do these people come from? You know, why not come up with a name that actually makes sense? And where are you, mods? You're supposed to be getting rid of these people quicker. I'm a map, he's the map. You guys, let me know if you ever get an answer. I don't know what it means, man. I understand joking, I just don't know what it means. It takes a killer to know a killer, but that's not what she said. She said, man, you're really good at these maps. Takes one to know one. What, a map? It takes a map to know another map? It doesn't make any sense. It's okay, Mandy. I'm just flipping you crap. I don't know what you mean at all. I'll just give you one of these. Okay? We don't know what you meant. Nobody in the chat knows what you meant, but there you go. Okay? Holy crap. She actually loves me, you guys. She really does. Anyways, I don't buy it, man. Go look on Twitter bios to people who put map in their bio. I don't know what that means either. I don't do that. Let's see. I think this is him right here again, though. Look at this. No insurance, illegal use of license plates, allowing an open bottle, and no Minnesota registration. John Keith Miller, 48. This is 88. Makes him born in 1940. That's the same guy. He's in the paper again. So I was able to sort of on this one, there's a probable cause out there. If anybody can find the actual probable cause, that'd be cool. Don't worry about it, Mandy. No big deal. I don't know what you mean. You're crying with laughter? I just don't know what you're talking about. Takes one to know one about mapping. Takes a mapper to know another mapper. No, they're not acid reflux. You're just cuckoo. This jury is going to have buyer's remorse when they learn about Elvis Klein and you're crazy, X. You're insane. Okay, those people have nothing. So was it Elvis or Klein, X? Was it Elvis Klein or Ron Logan? Those people are three totally different scenarios. So why are they going to have buyer's remorse when they hear about three different things that have nothing to do with anything? God, people are insane. Let's read this one. So, investigators Westland spoke again with Binder. I think this might be the third page. So is it this one right here? Maybe this is the first one. I just tried to get as much as I could. The above named defendant, on or about February 15th, 1974, in the town of Springbrook, Dunn County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person. Complainant relates that she has reviewed incident reports prepared by Dan Westland and Jason Stalker of the Dunn County Sheriff's Office law enforcement officers believed to be truthful and reliable. Investigator Westland and Investigator Stalker have reviewed voluminous reports, witness statements, and photographs associated with the investigation from previous Dunn County Sheriff's Office investigators. Investigator Westland and Investigator Stalker reports are modified in part and quoted herein. On February 15, 1974, Mary K. Schlice was found deceased in a rural area of Springbrook Township, Dunn County, Wisconsin. Mary Schlice's body was found in a snowbank, and she had multiple stab wounds on her upper body, including on her back. She also had what appeared to be defensive wounds on her hands. The autopsy report indicated that Schlice's death was due to exsanguination. She bled to death as a result of multiple stab wounds. An orange and black stocking cap was on the roadway near Schlice's body. Can you believe that? This idiot left that one thing. He knew it too over those years. That's hilarious. Here, let's see what this sounds like. I do have a press conference here.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Kevin.
Let's see how close.
County Sheriff's Office.
Can you hear that?
Comments here today are going to be brief,
Nice.
because I'll soon turn it over to Investigator Jason Stalker, or Sergeant Jason Stalker and Investigator Dan Westland. And they'll give you a few more details about their part in this investigation, and we'll also hear from representatives from Ramapo College. On February 15th, 1974, Mary K. Schlice was found deceased in the township of Springbrook, Dunn County. Mary's death at the time was ruled a homicide. I'm happy to report that John K. Miller is in custody here in the Dunn County Jail for her murder 50 years later. I can't thank Karen and David from Ramapo College enough for their assistance in this case and for being here today. We are going to take some questions at the end. However, again, just remember that we can't get too much more into details about this case, so Mr. Miller has an opportunity to receive a fair trial here.
Look at that. Look at that's what I was telling you. Here, watch this. See, April Tinsley, another case that we covered. He was a cold case, figured out by genetic genealogy. Guess what his name was? John D. Miller. I mean, I guess you don't want to hang out with any Millers. Look at John D. Miller pleaded guilty to the 1988 killing of April Tinsley. This guy is also named John Miller, but it's Jon Miller. Man, that's...
Sergeant Stalker?
All right, good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Jason Stalker. I'd like to read a brief summary of our agency's investigation into Mary's...
No, you got timed out for being a troll. Nobody mentioned anything regarding what you said. And if you make one more comment that's not related to the case, we're going to block you from the channel. You like that? YouTube, buc-ee, whatever the hell your name is. And by the way, why not just have a normal name that people can pronounce, you know? It's always the trolls that have these XYZ 130, you know, it's just...
This case. As stated at last week's press conference, Mary's homicide case has been an open and ongoing investigation for the past 50 years. There have been multiple investigators from both the Dunn County Sheriff's Office and agencies that have devoted time throughout their careers to this investigation. I think I speak for everyone involved when I say thank you for not giving up on this case and not letting it become lost to time. If you've worked for this agency for any amount of time, you knew about Mary Schlice and her case.
Yeah, I'll admit that I might be the one that's totally confused. I just didn't know what it meant. JK said, go look on Twitter bios to people who put map in their bio. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Is that an acronym for something? Oh, I know what you're saying. Let's see. I think it would be like Mac, wouldn't it? Oh, I know. Oh, no, it's person. Right, I get it. Right. So maybe that is what they were saying. Okay, maybe it does make sense what YTBT was saying. Hold on, let me see. Well, no, we don't. You didn't explain it, though. But I think I know what Jay Case is saying. Minor, like that's what the pedos call themselves, minor attracted person. So maybe this person in the chat, when they said, "Wow, you're really good at maps," takes one to know one, that they were actually trying to say that. So maybe he was right. Let's give YouTube Beat KT a break there. I think he might be onto something there. Maybe we need to go up and remove that lady who made that comment. I think that's obviously what she meant. See, I took the time to go back and read the notes. I think that's exactly what that idiot was saying. So we're going to have to get rid of that person, unfortunately. And I think that's what Jay Case was trying to say as well. God, where do these people come from, for God's sakes? Wow. Man, thanks, Y2BKT. I get it now. But it wasn't really explained very well, to be honest with you. That was a lot of work, but that was the answer. I wanted to figure it out because I didn't want to... I was reading what YTBKT was typing. Like they were saying stuff, and I was like, So I rolled it up there further, and then I was like... Then I read what Jay said, and I was like, oh yeah, I've heard that phrase before. Oh, are you sure about that, Stephanie? I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because his viewers are some of the dumbest people on the planet. Like, really, like, low IQ imbeciles. I, on the other hand, have smart people, because they like to use common sense and facts. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Anyways, thanks for getting that all figured out.
It is a very well-known case within our agency and was commonly a topic of discussion, even after all of these years. To summarize, on February 15th, 1974, Mary Schlice was found deceased on the side of a rural Dunn County road in Springbrook Township. Mary was found with multiple stab wounds, and her death was ruled a homicide. Early in the investigation, investigators had an eyewitness statement providing a suspect description and vehicle description. One piece of evidence found at the crime scene was a stocking hat. Investigators at that time knew the hat would be important to the investigation, but probably not in the way we were able to utilize evidence from this hat nearly 50 years later. Prior to DNA technology, the stocking hat was only able to be utilized for human hair comparisons. Multiple leads, tips, interviews, and hair comparisons were done over the course of the next several decades. However, no viable suspects were identified. As DNA technology advanced, there was eventually a partial male profile developed from the scrapings from this stocking cap. That profile was entered into CODIS, otherwise known as the Combined DNA Index System, and there were no matches. This meant our suspect's DNA was never entered into the system, and his identity would remain a mystery for now. Investigators from our agency even went to the extent of exhuming Mary to try and obtain new evidence and develop new leads. In recent years, investigative genetic genealogy has been utilized by agencies all over the United States to help solve cold cases. Dunn County Sheriff's Office investigators turned to Ramapo College and their team of genetic genealogists for assistance in developing new leads for this investigation using the partial male profile developed years earlier. Through their work, a family lineage was identified and new leads were developed. I'll let Investigator Westland speak more on the process of working through those leads developed by Ramapo College and their team, and how we eventually were able to bring a resolution.
I mean, this stuff is so awesome. By the way, so there's people watching right now. So this channel, through the income from the channel, through the generosity of all the freaks, ad revenue, etc. Over the years, we've given 222. What did I come up with? 222,000. I can't remember now what the total number is, but it's a big number over the years. But we've given 94 or 5,000 to the DNA fund that we have built up, and we've identified I think at least 5 or 6 different people that were unidentified. One of them was a serial killer victim, a black woman found in a hotel room. They'd already arrested, and the serial killer was even charged with their death. They just didn't know who she was. So we identified her, and she was like one of 11 victims, and the family didn't want her name out there, so we didn't get to do that part of it. But we paid for the whole thing, and then our biggest one is Daniel Armentrout, 1960, hitchhiker. Got into a guy's car, hitchhiking. The car went off a bridge. The driver lived, but he didn't know the name of the person he'd picked up. There was no identification on the individual. And then he ended up being buried. They had people show up to try to identify him, but they never could. And then after 60 years, I think, 60-something years, we had him exhumed. And he was treated like a family member. The whole town would put flowers every year. I mean, it was really kind of amazing. And so we had him exhumed and then bone taken. And it was really difficult because it was very degraded. And it took a long time. Different, use a process called enrichment and another one. It cost like 10 grand total. But we got all the way through it. And then eventually, it was kind of interesting because I had an FBI document that said he might have walked with a limp, something like that, because he had like polio or something. And then I gave that to Misty Gillis, and she was actually got a hold of a relative through the genealogy process, like I think living in Germany. And they said, well, I don't know, this might not be the person you're talking about because he walked with a limp. And she was like, bingo. Boom, got that, and then it led back to a brother living in Florida who's still alive, and then boom, is identified as Daniel Armentrout, and he got his name back. They put the name on the grave for him, and then the brother came all the way from Florida, and he didn't want to move the body. He said the people treated him so well there, he would just stay there. And Misty Gillis got to meet them, and they all thanked us. It was one of the comments the sheriff made is something like, and we want to thank all the freaks for what they do. That was awesome. I think I have that recorded somewhere, but that was really cool. And then we also identified a person who was in, he was found in a lake. He had flippers on. We also, it was kind of early on, but we also identified the Sky Shoots doe in Colorado through using that one was with the DNA Doe Project. We paid that money. Then also, this guy in a lake, he had flippers on. I forgot what his name was, though. That was a while ago. But he had flippers on, a gunshot wound, and his hands were tied, and he had weights on him. And a lot of people were like, oh man, somebody killed him and threw him in the water. And I said, no, I think he took his own life. That's another one of those cases where I bet you I was on the opposite side of everybody when they heard the story. And I go, no, I think he took his own life. That's why he has flippers on. I think he swam out, waded down, and he shot himself in the head and floated to the bottom. And then eventually he floated to the top when he decomposed. And that's exactly what happened. But we identified him as well, and there's a couple others out there as well, and then we got more coming up right now. One of the cases we're doing was awesome. It was so cool. I think it's in Indiana, actually. There's a body, a person that was buried in a grave, and law enforcement, so I even helped out on finding the body, actually. So there was one photograph in a newspaper, and you could see like this little house in the background. This is just right up my alley. I couldn't believe it. Like a little tiny faded house in the background. This is really old, 60, 70 years old or something. And it was faded in the background. It was on a hill in a cemetery. And then I knew what cemetery it was, so I went around using Google Earth until I could kind of see the buildings, and then lined it up and then put some pins on the ground. And then when the sheriff went out there, that's exactly where they found, right in that exact area where I had the pins, where they found the actual coffin that he was put in. It was a vault even. It wasn't just a... So now we're in the process of getting, the bones, and going to go identify whoever that was. Isn't that cool? Don't you want to be part of that, you guys? I mean, that is the cool shit.
And closure to Mary and her family. Even
of course, 14 people left when I was explaining that part.
After 50 years.
Thank you. So in early 2021,
it's actually gotten a little cheaper, Amber, so our money goes farther now. They've reduced, you can get it for a lot less than $6,000 now. Like the sequencing got way cheaper.
We began conversation with buc-ee Technology, who ultimately assisted in an attempt to extract DNA profile from hairs recovered from a crime scene, or from the crime scene. The results of that test were not enough to identify a viable suspect at that time. In the fall of 2022, we began conversations with Ramapo College regarding investigative genetic genealogy.
And by the way, have you guys, when you're on these other channels, and for all these years we've been doing the, as a channel, doing the investigative genetic genealogy, have you ever heard anybody else mention that we do that? It's so amazing. Like, we are a YouTube channel that actually makes a difference. And that's why, people get like, "Hey, you're always trying to get the funds." I know, because I have to make, my channel survive, and I want to be able to keep doing this. For example, this year we've given $42,000 so far, right? And we're making a difference in the world, in the true crime world, even outside of putting together accurate shows and information so that people have a place to land where there's real information instead of the garbage that's spread by these wacko, just nut jobs. It's incredible.
In March of 2023, with the assistance of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, we partnered with Ramapo College and began working closely with Karen Binder and her team. Towards the fall of 2023, a family line was identified as possibly being related to the contributor of the DNA profile developed from the homicide scene. In January of 2024, an investigation began into an individual with a possible relation to the suspect in this case. In May of 2024, we interviewed this person at their home in the state of Wyoming. With the direct assistance of Binder and her team, it was determined that this individual was not the contributor of the DNA that was recovered from the crime scene. Binder later advised us that a man living in the state of Michigan, who was the first cousin to the man in Wyoming, may be the contributor to the crime scene. Subsequently, we interviewed this man at his home in Michigan, and through his cooperation with providing a DNA sample, it was later determined that he was not the contributor. This exhausted any known male family members in this family lineage, which led to the hypothesis of an adoption in this known family line. On October 19th, 2024, we spoke again with Binder, who referenced a person to contact found after doing further IGG investigative work. We then spoke with another individual who agreed to utilize their genetic profile to assist in furthering this investigation. As a result of this, John Miller was found to be the contributor through IGG of the DNA collected from the crime scene. An interesting part about this date, which was November 4th of 2024, also would have been Mary's 76th birthday. On November 7th, 2024, we interviewed John Miller at his home, where he subsequently confirmed his involvement in the death of Mary Schlice. Upon conclusion of interviewing John Miller, he did inform us that as soon as he had opened the door, he knew why we were there. So for further information about IGG, I want to introduce Karen Binder and David Gurney.
We'll have Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick on pretty soon. The Delphi trial just kind of sort of preempted everything. There's really no days, there wasn't any days off during that. I think she's at some kind of a conference currently. So.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to have the opportunity to give these remarks about the use of investigative genetic genealogy in this case. I want to start by acknowledging the victim in this case, Mary Schlice, and her family, some of whom are present here today. I also want to recognize the Dunn County Sheriff's Office and thank them for allowing us to help with this case. It's their tenacity and the work of countless investigators over the years, which is why everyone is here today. They never gave up seeking justice for Mary.
Yeah, I just explained it to you, Sandy Sugarly. I just explained it to you. What do you mean you were expecting? She was supposed to come on, but I told her, hey, we're doing Delphi. It's hard to get the, it just didn't work that well. And I was going to be on shows and things. I was on Court TV, etc. Just wasn't working. We already explained it, Sandy.
Investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, uses genetic and genealogical information to reverse engineer a family tree from an unknown individual's DNA.
No, I'm not going to that.
Our work begins once a genetic profile developed from a biological sample has been uploaded to two consumer...
I'm probably, if it's next September, I'll probably be going to that CrimeCon. Yeah, I'm hoping to go. Are they already setting it up now, or...?
Genetic genealogy databases, Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro. On those two sites, users who took consumer DNA tests to find out more about their heritage...
Hey, Plato, maybe we can meet at that one. That'd be pretty good, wouldn't
it? ...or discover new relatives, have the option to also allow their profiles to be compared to profiles uploaded by law enforcement. Yeah, when a profile is uploaded by law enforcement, we, the investigative genetic genealogists working on the case, can see how much DNA users on those sites who agreed to participate in IGG share with the subject, which is how we refer to the person who we are trying to identify. Using traditional genealogy techniques, which consists of searching through a variety of public records, such as census data, we build up the family tree to identify common ancestors. From there, we descend the tree using the same kinds of publicly available records and tools until we find the place where the subject may fit into the family tree. And there may be more than one location where the subject could fit into the tree, which is why IGG only generates a hypothesis. It's a lead that we turn over to law enforcement, like someone calling into a tip line. It's then up to law enforcement to go out and confirm or refute that lead.
Yeah, if it's during the Koberger trial, I probably can't go to it. It's just you get crushed financially when you do CrimeCon, because nobody's supporting you. You're not doing any shows, and if the Koberger trial is going on, got to do that. I don't know exactly when. I thought Koberger was more like so it's that late in the year? Jesus.
Using more targeted DNA comparisons. Ultimately, IGG is another tool to help achieve justice. It's certainly the most powerful tool that's been developed since DNA came on the scene in the late 1980s, but it doesn't operate on its own. It requires specialized DNA labs to first generate the genetic profile.
No, it's June.
And it then depends on law enforcement to confirm the lead and decide whether to make an arrest. It's a tool.
It's June.
Let me just say a few words about Ramapo College, our IGG center. We opened our doors in 2022 with the goal of providing pro bono IGG services and much needed IGG education for this rapidly growing field. We provide IGG services wherever they are needed, and we have trained over 150 individuals to do this important work professionally and ethically.
August 11th now.
Let me end by saying that IGG relies on members of the public taking consumer genetic genealogy tests and uploading to Family Tree DNA or GEDmatch Pro and agreeing to participate in IGG searching. Without the public, IGG simply would not work. But with the public support, IGG can help achieve justice in crimes from 50 years ago and bring justice to people like Mary Schlice, and it can help resolve crimes committed in the present. So for people out there who haven't taken a DNA test, please consider doing so. It could be your profile that helps bring justice to another victim. Thank you.
I don't see September, I see August 11th.
Hello, thank you. It was a rewarding experience to work this case.
Totally.
It was a rewarding experience to work this case in collaboration with Dunn County Sheriff's Department. Sorry.
Well, I don't know what the date is.
Sorry.
Oh, wait.
It was a rewarding experience to work this case in collaboration with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office, particularly with investigator Dan Westland and Sergeant Bowling, who never gave up in pursuit of justice for Mary. It should be known, as you may have heard from the comments of the other speakers before me, that it takes a village to solve a case like this. To that end, we have a number of people to thank. The laboratory, Intermountain Forensics, who provided...
What are you boom chakalaka-ing, Jessica? What are you boom chakalaka-ing? I don't see anything that was extraordinarily... What was it that was said? I don't get it. Yeah, I know the judge changed it multiple times, but I don't see anything that says September. I see August 11th still. Did he just change it, like, today or something? That one, you know, the last judge that Koberger had, he's retiring. Good job. Thank God. That guy's, what a...
Advanced DNA testing and bioinformatics services for this case, Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro for the use of their databases, the DNA relatives in those databases who made their profiles available.
Listen. Look at you guys. I don't agree with you. See, this was put out now, today, or yesterday, November 13th, right? It said, Koberger's trial is scheduled to start August 11th, 2025. It's expected to last until November 7th. Okay? I said it was August 11th. You guys said it was November. Or September, I mean. Look at that. August to November? Holy shit. There's no way in hell it's going to be over in September. That's incredible. August 11th until November. August, September, October. That's 4 months. That's insane. Oh, man. You know it's going to take that long with the DNA and all this kind of stuff. Holy crap. So give me the boom chakalaka, Paulette. Okay?
For IGG searching and who cooperated with this investigation. Our case manager and
by the way, her chin doesn't look like that. There's a glitch on the screen.
our volunteer researchers at Ramapo College IGG Center.
That,
and
it
finally,
does look like
our
that.
donors and supporters who made this work possible at Ramapo College. Also, the investigating agencies in Minnesota and Wisconsin who never gave up on this case.
Yes, Lisa Valenzuela. He was an absolute dud. He looked so wimpy. With a smile on his face. The new judge, you know what I bet? I bet the defense team wishes they didn't change venues, because they ended up with a judge that's way more strict and probably won't deal with their shenanigans.
The family tree research in this case was very complicated, and it took over a year for our investigative genealogy research to bear fruit.
See, I thought you guys are always the same.
Patience, skill, cautiousness, and dedication.
Why are you going to bed, Paulette?
Each person.
Oh, you were talking about CrimeCon. Oh, I get it. That makes sense.
Who had a hand in investigating this case is unmatched. And while there's still more to be done to bring Mary's case to justice, we're thrilled that IGG has advanced the investigation after more than 50 years.
Jessica and Paulette.
Thank you.
That's hilarious.
I just wanted to take a moment just to put out a thank you to everybody. Some of it is repetitive, but I'd like to say that although this case is very old, at this agency it's never collected dust. As mentioned before, many great investigators from this sheriff's office and other agencies have worked tirelessly on the case to ensure its successful conclusion. I also want to thank the individuals who shared a genetic relationship with John Miller. Throughout this investigation, as previously mentioned, we traveled to Wyoming, Minnesota, and Michigan following leads, and were continuously welcomed into each of their homes. Lastly, I want to thank Bodie Technologies, Intermountain Labs, and most importantly, Ramapo College, specifically Karen Vine.
Intermountain Labs, that's what we use, Intermountain Forensics.
Professor David Gurney and their team, as without their willingness to assist us with this investigation, this closure could not have been possible. And lastly, we have talked a lot about the facts of this investigation, those involved, and what it took to resolve this case. But we don't want to forget that this is about justice for Mary and bringing her family closure.
Very cool.
Mary can be remembered as an accomplished artist, equestrian, sister, aunt, and daughter. Thank you.
Be happy to, I'll keep this crew up here and happy to answer any
All right,
questions.
let's see what the questions are. Here we go.
First question, how long ago was the sample uploaded that ultimately led to this person? And the follow-up, how distant of a relative was this person to John Miller? Obviously, I don't need person's identity, but any sense on that, guys?
Can you ask the first part of the question again?
How long ago was that sample uploaded to a database?
That was in...
You might step to the mic, please.
The sample was uploaded in spring of 2023, and at first, the closest genetic relative was...
We are all Jimmy Carter! Ha!
In the range of between a first to second cousin. Many of the relationships ended up being half relationships because of the adoption situation.
So did the cousins in Wyoming and Michigan know that they had an adopted relative in that age range? And can you explain what got you from those people to the daughter who was able to get you closer?
My understanding is that they were not aware of having an unknown relative.
Wow, that'd be like they found my...
It would take a long time to explain
aunt's
how we got from one place to another,
daughter.
but I would just say that everything that we do has to do with public records and our findings on the internet. And so we were able to find, with cooperation from some of the cousins of John Miller, the DNA cousins of John Miller, we were able to figure out who the unknown relative was.
So just to, I don't want to make you explain the whole thing, but just so I'm understanding, like you're talking two different families here. Did you kind of see that these were two unrelated families, but they had the same DNA strands?
Right.
And so then you came up with the hypothesis of the adoption?
Yes.
You just kind of put that into words for me?
That's crazy, yeah.
Yes, so through
brutal.
DNA and cooperation from...
I mean, this is hilarious because this is the same scenario that I would have had to try to figure out when that relative showed up as an adopted first cousin, you know.
Some of John K. Miller's biological DNA relatives, we were able to piece together which family the unknown child, who turned out to be John K. Miller, might belong to.
So at that point, again, once you hit that, okay, this adoption theory, now what are you looking for? Since these people didn't know they had an adopted relative, what were you looking for to try to lead to that person?
I mean, that's just really crazy how they do it.
Well, I don't want to give too much information about the genealogy since, you know, it may come up later, but there are certain things that you see when people are building their family trees. If they don't know who their relatives are, then that can be apparent in their family tree. So
adoption records.
We never have access to adoption records unless the state were, in this case that did not come up. We don't have any access to adoption records.
See, it's confusing to people because it is confusing. It's hard.
Are these like, is this like a class and students are working there? Can you kind of give an overview of what the college does and how they get cases, how many you do, and what's the difference between that and like Terabon Nanolabs is like a well-known for-profit place?
Yeah, just to answer the last part first, we are a nonprofit institution. Ramapo College is one of the state colleges in New Jersey. The IGG Center started in 2022 with the goal of providing pro bono IGG services to agencies all around the country. So we do all of our work for free for the benefit of the agencies and the victims in these cases.
Oh, that's cool.
We get cases from law enforcement, from medical examiners, from agencies all over the country. And when we started out our program, we did some outreach to agencies, specifically in regions that either Karen or myself have a connection to. And here, I'm from Minnesota, so we reached out to some agencies in Wisconsin and Minnesota. We have different ways of approaching different kinds of cases. For criminal cases like this, all of the work is done in-house by our small team of staff. And for other cases like unidentified human remains, we have volunteers who have taken our certificate program who we bring in to help with those cases.
What is the hit rate, or how often are you...
Were you adopted, Plato?
I
didn't know that.
Like this? You have
I wouldn't have given you up for adoption,
It's hard
Plato.
to say
I can
a
tell
hit
you
rate
that.
when you're talking about IgG, because depending on the complexity of the case, how close the matches are, whether there is adoption in the family tree, a case can be solved in an hour, or it can take thousands and thousands of hours.
Well, whoever your relatives are, they blew it, Plato. They blew it.
And many years. So we have many cases that we have been able to provide a lead in so far in our 2 years of existence. We also have many cases that are ongoing because we continue.
Have you ever tried to look that up? I always wonder about that. Have you ever looked that up? Like like when you upload it to Ancestry or something like that, did you come up with sort of like, oh, here's some names that are cousins and things? Did you ever do that? You know, I knew this one guy. He always pissed me off. I had this guy that was a friend of mine. I almost like didn't want to be his friend anymore after he said this. So his mother, I think it was during like Vietnam or something like that. She was with this soldier and she got pregnant. And let's see. Yeah, I think it's something like what was it? I don't know if he was adopted. I can't remember exactly how it worked. Yeah, well, anyways, he was adopted. I don't know if he was, I think it was like his dad, he didn't know who his dad was or something. But the dad had died in Vietnam, you know. And but he was born. And I said, well, are you going to let the guy who's died parents know that you exist? And he's like, nah, you know. It's like, screw you. I thought that was so bullshit. Could you imagine how happy and peaceful that would make the parents of their died Vietnam son feel to know that there was a person out there that's actually related? Like his kid is moving around out there. I don't know. I just thought it was just absolute garbage. Selfish shit. So, anyways, that's how I look at it. Gray, it's just... No. So those parents probably died just like losing their son and there was nothing. But in reality, there was his son was out there. Their grandchild. I think it was just bullshit. You know?
Continue to work on the family tree, looking for the kinds of clues that helped bring resolution in this case.
So how many have you done and how many are solved?
We have provided leads in 17 cases at this point.
And then how many are you working on in general?
We have over 40 that are in the lab pipeline. So
Well, thanks, Guinevere Moonmist.
70.
It made me think, man, you're
It's
a
hard to
selfish
say
person.
because cases come into us. When they come in, there's a process of speaking to the investigating agency, getting everyone on board, making sure the sample can be found, and then it has to be shipped to a lab. The lab has to generate that profile, which, depending on the sample that's provided, can, again, take
I haven't seen you in a few days, Guinevere Moonmist.
anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months. And then at that point, it has to be uploaded to the databases. Sometimes we use only one of those databases. If we don't get what we're looking for, we might rely on the other one. So I'd say total, we have about 75 cases at various stages of examination.
You provided 17 leads in 2 years, would that be accurate?
Yes,
okay.
2 years.
What's your reaction to charges being brought in this case based off of the work you did and the investigation that followed it?
I mean, I think my primary reaction is just happiness that there will hopefully be justice for Mary in this case. I do want to emphasize, though, again, that IgG is
cool,
only a
Poppy.
lead. It's ultimately the work of the investigators following up on that lead, confirming it. That is what will bring justice in this case.
Going back to what I asked at the beginning, when that hit came in spring of 23, like, does your computer like send off a signal like, hey, look, we got a match? Just tell me the reaction when that uploaded. How did you guys find out about it? And just like, okay, we're onto something here. Just tell us about that moment.
Yeah, so initially in the spring of 2023, that initial DNA match of between a first and second cousin that would have been considered to be very, I'm sure I sent an email to Investigator Westland probably saying, this looks like a highly solvable case.
Right. See, that's what's so funny. When I did my own, there was a 600 centimorgan, and I was like, oh my God, that's like a first cousin. And then the next one was 250. So then you're looking at second cousin, something like that. So when I saw the 600, it's like, oh, wow, bam. And by the way, you guys, we're getting near the end of the show. If you want to help support the channel, we're almost at 18 more to go, and we hit the next goal level. That'd be sweet. But anyways, when you see a number like that, like the centimorgan count, you're like, bam! So that's what she's saying. But then it turns out it didn't link anywhere because, you know, they did the trees and he wasn't in there. That's because he was adopted. That's right. Last gasp for donations if you can. Let's do it, man.
Because you only have to build the family tree back of that person a few generations to figure out what their relationship is to the subject
Whenever you do
profile
press
that we're
conferences,
researching.
man, it just dies down.
However, of course, that ended up being complicated by the adoption. So initially, I'm sure I said it's highly solvable, and then and it still was solvable, but with a couple of hurdles along the way.
So it seems that John Keith Miller's DNA was not like in the system, so to speak.
Right.
Where has he been this whole time?
Thank you.
Just been local in Minnesota, across the border, or how difficult would he be to find?
I use girl code.
He's, to our knowledge, he's been in the Minnesota area most of his life. Grew up in Minnesota, lived.
Hey, thanks,
in the
Guinevere Moonman.
Area from north of the Twin Cities to in the Twin Cities to south of the Twin Cities most of his life.
But he wasn't in the system. He wasn't a criminal felon.
He was not loaded in the system. You know, he could have been involved in something prior to collection of DNA. The man's 83, 84 years old, so he could have been involved in, in stuff prior to mandatory collection of DNA on felony charges.
Right, he was.
We'll take a couple more questions, Marie, any online? All right. Then we'll wrap it up.
How recently was it then that the technology advanced to the point where you could get DNA from the stocking cap? Was this
last couple of years they've been doing the hair?
4 years ago, 3 years ago?
Yeah, in the last 3 to 4 years. Dan, do you want to talk a little bit more about
the last couple of years the hair
fiber and
without you don't need the root
that was established
anymore.
So the DNA profile that was generated many years ago. That was the profile that was worked on when the new technology with IgG became a standard that we could start working with other people on. And that would have been May of 2023.
You had a root then.
So there was DNA from the hair.
It was recovered from scrapings on a hat.
Yeah.
Hold on, what did you say?
So the DNA profile that was generated many years ago. That was the profile that was worked on when the new technology with IgG became a standard that we could start working with other people on. And that would have been May of 2023.
So there was DNA from the hair.
It was recovered from scrapings on a hat.
And how many years ago?
So not a hair, it was like scrapings.
Right.
Like
I
skin
can't give
or
an
something.
exact date. Around 2008-ish.
Did the exhuming the body lead to more DNA, or is it all the hat?
Well, we're continuing to investigate other portions of this entire case. So I'll leave it at that for now.
I like to delete comments that don't make
The
sense.
difference is that with the hat, like at first you're using it to find convicted criminals, but then with this new technique you're able to search for people that
What the heck,
never been
Gwyneth?
charged
God,
with crime
Jesus.
through family trees and what.
What in the heck is that, Guinevere Moon Mist? Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, hold on. I'll do the...
Some of you met.
Anyways, thank you. Wow, that was very kind. Very kind. Jeez. That's wild. Guinevere Moon Mist.
Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate.
Yeah, Plato loves that horn. You know what she does? There's times where I'm just sitting at home and I get a random text message from Plato. You know what she says? Gray, if you do anything tonight, can you play the semi-truck horn blast? Okay? Alright? That's weird, so every once in a while I go, okay, I'm going to do it. Yeah.
You have other cases this gives you hope for that you've been looking into or wanted to have this technology available for? Is there anything else out there right now?
Well,
I guess so, Ruben. I guess
other things
so.
that we do want to look at. Whether this will become handy in those situations is yet to be yet to be found out.
You guys now have to play the Ooh La La song.
Just another quick follow-up for Karen. So the people from Wyoming and Michigan, like, can you give a sense, like, were they 85, 90% matches? Clearly they weren't the person, but how close, like, as you interviewed them, how confident were you, like, we're on the right track, we're on the right family? Like, how close was that connection?
Well, they're first or second cousins, she said.
I don't want to give specifics about that because of the ongoing investigation, but they were close enough family members that it was easy to predict their projected relationship to the
She already said it
suspect
earlier
profile.
in the show.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, man. There we go. Another one. Another one bites the dust. I like to have, that'd be cool to have the probable cause in that one. I just saw screenshots that I got. All right, guess what we're doing now then? We're going to have to play the, the Ooh La La. There we go. There you go, Guinevere Moon Mist. Effing now.
Effing now. Ooh la la. 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 Effing now. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Oh, come on.
No, yeah, come on. Guinevere Moon Mist. I guess we just keep playing it then, right?
It's a house! It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
It's a house!
It's a now. It's a now. Boom, 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 boom. Okinawa. I guess it says Okinawa. Hey, thanks, Sarah67. Okinawa. I'm sure it says Efanawa. There's no way. You can hear it, right? Listen. I think it's like a... Yeah. That's right, everyone's relaxed. You see that? Something's going down and everyone's relaxed. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm not sure what this is. Okay. Okay, F and now. Okay. I wear lingerie, saying keep it playing. Okay. Okinawa. Oh yeah, time to go to sleep. Hey, Poppy said, ooh la la. Okinawa. Apparently it says like Okinawa they say, but I don't think so. I think it says Efanawa. But the real word, you know, effin, you know. Hey, watch it. Efanawa. Hey, listen. Say? Daryl's version? I don't know. Yeah, completely reversed the good vibes, you know. The vibes were doing so good, but then I saw Amber's scream face and had to put that one in there. The vibes were so good, and then all of a sudden the scream came out of nowhere. Yeah. Come on, you gotta admit that was pretty good. And anyways, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Well, let's see. Wow. Should we try a rousing... we could do the... what time is... How long have we been on here for? Do 30 minutes of newspapers.com without, you know, you don't even have to do... Just freebies, you know, whatever you guys want to do. Anybody? All right, go ahead. What's the word? What are we looking up? What are we looking up? We're looking for a serial killer and a case that's never been solved. How are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? Type it in. What is it? What is it? What is it? And don't come up with the crazy ones like Zozo always types in. Like, head stuck in a toaster oven and body found under a tree. Well, that's not going to show up, all right? Let's do the ones where... and there she is. There she is. Right, if you typed in unsolved serial killer, that would... But let's just look up one like it's fresh, you know, like someone... Timothy Cecil just used common sense. He came up with... Yeah, if you're looking for unsolved serial killer, just type in unsolved... dismembered That is one of the words, but look at Zozo. She has her little frown face. Nope, that's not how we play it, Strawberry Rain. We've done this a long time. You know it. What you do is you want to put in keywords something like, you know, like you might say nude dismembered body, right? Those are usually going to be a serial killer, you know, especially if you put like a woman or something in there. Like a woman's, you know, like for example, you could probably type that in, right? If you want like this, like nude dismembered body, and then literally I think I could put the quotes around it, something like that, and that would show up all the ones that have those three exact words. 1967, see that? Farmer plows up body of boy. A farmer plowing his field Monday found the nude dismembered body of a teenage boy neatly packed into 2 suitcases near the, I mean, look at that. Is that crazy? I mean, I've never even heard of this one. This one's just out of control. Where is this? This one's in Canada. Jesus. Scotland Yard detectives were called in, and police spokesman said the body was believed to have been cut up within the last few days. We had to get that happier thoughts in there. Scotland Yard is still trying to identify the nude dismembered body of a young brunette found in the Thames River last February. Wow, so it was another one. Now that's in England, actually. So it was a Canadian newspaper, but it was in England. 1967. There, let me try to find that more. When was this? January 1967. All right, here we go. January 1967. And then England over here. Come on. All right, probably United. No, they had England there. I think this might be it right here. Suitcases. The dismembered body of a teenage boy was found in 2 suitcases behind a hedge at Taddingstone near Ipswich today, East Suffolk. We did this. Remember that really interesting one we did out of England that one time? Well, I do your ones. They just never lead to anything. Hold on. The discovery was made by a farmer plowing his land. He saw the suitcases in a field, and when he opened them, saw the cut-up body of a boy aged between 15 and 19. Police set up a mobile murder hunt headquarters near the scene. A spokesman said the body was in 2 suitcases, which appeared to have been dumped at the scene very recently. Discovery was made this morning at 9:20 by a tractor driver. So that's on the 16th. So let's see on the 18th, is there an update at all? Murder squad in ship visits. The suitcase. One theory they were investigating was that the murdered man was, dismembered body was found on Monday, and 2 suitcases may have been a ship's steward or seaman. Really? Is there a later one? 17. There's a 20th. Suitcase murder, dismembered body identified. Oh, let's see. The dismembered found in 2 suitcases has been identified as that of London youth who had been missing from his home for 11 days. He was Bernard Michael Oliver, age 17. The cases were found behind a hedge. Is this him right here? Oh, that's him right there. Look at that. Detectives also began inquiries in the West. Okay, so now we know what his name is, right? Bernard Michael Oliver. So it's Michael, yeah, Bernard Michael Oliver. So I'm going to put that right there I'm just going to put Bernard Oliver. And then take that, go back out one step, and then throw it right in there. Like that. And let's see. I'm sorry, I played my own game, but now I want to figure out who the hell this guy is. So it's 20th. Huh. Okay, well that's not good. Is there another time? Does he show up in... Well, it does have him listed all the way through this month. So... Let's see. Police are still trying to establish whether 17-year-old Bernard Michael Oliver, the victim, went to Suffolk. Okay, so I bet this would be an interesting one if you went from the very beginning all the way to the end. I mean, look at it. Looks like he's in every single month in here. Switch in suitcase killer hunt. The moves followed statements given by friends of 17-year-old lonely boy Bernard Oliver. Body is found in 2 suitcases. Alright, so now let's go to the next month and pick like the 16th, far into the month. Van clue in suitcase. Police today received their first outlet clue in the Suffolk suitcase murder. An eyewitness report of a van parked at the scene only a few hours before the dismembered body of Bernard Michael Oliver, age 17. So they found a van, you guys. Is it the same van in the Delphi case? Guinevere Moon Mist. Let's see. But I'm only going to set up a GoFundMe account because no one would freaking put any money in it. Alright, let's see. So let's go to the next month. Is he still in the papers? Look at that. He's 22nd. And there he is. What does it say here? Murder quiz goes back 20 years. Wow. The quizzes are based on 2 clues found on the suitcase which contain part of the dismembered body of 17-year-old. Okay, so they're still looking for him. Then, hell, I mean, is he October? Is it just randomly? They contact Bernard Oliver for a trial run and part exchange. Oh, that's something different. Alright, let's just see when the frequency dies down. So here's the 22nd on March. Yeah, we don't, like if you type the name in, it's like that's the, come on. I wear lingerie. You're supposed to put words in that leads to a random case like this one. Okay, that was March 22nd. Then we go to April 16th. And there he is right there. That's his face. Well, hell, has it ever been solved? Let me just go on to Google. Murder of Bernard Oliver, England. Oh, look at that. It's in Wikipedia, for God's sakes. Look at this. Can you believe that? Was a young British warehouse worker from Muswell Hill, North London. He disappeared on the 6th of January 1967, and his remains were found 10 days later in the village of Taddington, Suffolk. His body had been cut into 8 pieces. On Friday, 6th of January 1967, Oliver did not return home after spending an evening with friends and was reported missing by his father the following morning. Several days later, on the 16th of January, farm worker Fred Burgee discovered human remains in 2 suitcases left behind a hedge in a field near the village of Taddington, Suffolk. It was believed that let's see what that looks like, by the way. On Google Earth, really quick, just throw it in there. I wear lingerie. We'll look that up in a minute, but you're saying that's a known See, look, it's right in here. This really kind of isolated little town. Probably one of these fields somewhere. It was believed that the murder had occurred around 48 hours before the discovery of the body. Postmortem tests showed that Oliver had been sexually assaulted. Jeez, this is right exactly what I was talking. I bet this is it's one of those serial killer type cases, and strangled before his body was dismembered. Unable to determine the identity of the victim, police took the usual step of releasing a photograph of the victim's head to the media. Oliver's family contacted police after seeing the photograph. Oh boy. That was that picture we were looking at, you guys. Right? I mean, that was his head that we were looking at. Like, I think that's his head. Like, they just kind of opened his eyes and took a picture. Well, that's creepy. Jesus. Man, that took a kind of an interesting turn, though, right? It's a crazy story. I want to know what happened to I Wear Lingerie. Are you still around? We'll get to that one in a minute. I don't know that case, though. Investigation. The police investigation was initially led by Detective Superintendent Doug Carter. Just kidding. Tom Tarling of East Suffolk Police before being taken over by Detective Superintendent Harry Tappan of the Metropolitan Police. The location of the murder has never been identified, although police believe that the murder and dismemberment had taken place in Suffolk. Following the murder, witnesses reported sighting of Oliver in and around Muswell Hill area in the time between his disappearance and the discovery of his body in Toddingstone. A witness said she saw a man who was middle-aged and wearing a dark trilby and a long trench coat. What's a trilby? Like a hat like that, or a coat or something? A trench coat? And wrote in carrying a suitcase on the night of the suitcase that was left. Several pieces of physical evidence were recovered. One of two suitcases used to contain Oliver's remains bore the initials PVA. The laundry marked QL42. That's kind of what Daniel Armentrout had, weird shit like that. Was also found on a hand towel inside the two suitcases. A matchbox found, this is when they used to do the real detective work back then, in the pocket of Oliver's jacket was from a brand of matches marked Israel. The investigation was reopened in 1977. In 2012, a man reported seeing two unattended suitcases and a man wearing medical gloves in the Ipswich Docks area days before Oliver's body was discovered. The investigation was once again reopened in 2017 when police appealed for information concerning the murder. In 2004, documents released under the Freedom of Information Act of 2000 revealed that the prime suspect in the murder were two medical doctors, Martin Reddington and John Biles. Martin Bruce Reddington had a surgery in Muswell Hill in 1965. A warrant had been issued for Reddington's arrest on charges of buggery and indecent assault of males. However, before inquiries could be completed, he left the UK for South Africa. Reddington made a number of return visits to the UK, but no evidence had been found placing him in the vicinity of the murder. In 1977, a private investigator claimed to recognize the suitcase with the initials PVA on its side and belongs to three men who used laundrette in Muswell Hill, one of whom was Reddington. Reddington was never interviewed in connection with the offense, and it was decided there was insufficient evidence to extradite him from Australia. In 1977, Reddington was charged in Sydney with committing an indecent assault on a male He died in May of 1995, age 63. Hey, went all the way to your town over there, your area, Zozo. John Russell Biles, 27, January 1933, was acquitted along with another man in November 1963 of assaulting a 16-year-old male at their flat in Earl's Court, London. Biles left the UK for Australia in early 1970s, another person going there, when inquiries began into sexual abuse of boys aged between 9 and 14. On 17th December 1974, Biles was arrested in Sydney in relation to an alleged indecent assault on a boy, but absconded on $2,000 bail. His body was found in a room of the Prince of Wales Hotel. I mean, they have all these different... Joe Meek was a record producer and songwriter who ran a record studio in 304 Hallway Road in North London. Police in the Oliver investigation announced their intent to interview all the homosexual men in London. Anyways, that's pretty crazy, right? They never... You know what's weird, you guys? That's exactly what I look for, like right there. Like this is one of those ones that's never been solved. And there it was, just randomly in newspapers.com. Hey, thanks, Lisa Noir. Now we're going to go up and do I wear lingerie. So let's see. What is that one? But you already have a name, so it's not a mystery. So let's see. www. I'm just going to put the name in of this person. I think they left, though. I love lingerie. Did you leave already? Billy Joe wasn't flirting with me, says foster father. What is this? Is this like a... is he a serial killer or something, or... What did she say up there? Maybe this is one that'd be cool to look into, though. Unsolved case of Billy Joe Margaret Jenkins. Oh, that's her right there. Billy Joe Jenkins. Huh. Well, let me put that on the side, so maybe that'll be one of the cold cases that we do. Billy Joe Jenkins. And so, let's see, denied that his 13-year-old foster daughter, Billy Joe, had been flirting with him hours before she was murdered. Oh, it sounds like Stephen Stearns all over again, doesn't it? Stefan Stearns. What a... Jesus. These guys. Yeah, it looks interesting. Hey, thanks. I'll put that in my little... I guess folder here. Got it. Boom. Can't stand his face. You don't like that beard he's got on? Man, there's... You know what's weird? I'm surprised these other YouTube channels haven't started a whole crew claiming that Stephen Stearns is innocent, you know, and saying it just wasn't fair how he was treated, you know. Did you see that one scene where he only got a couple of calls and then they treated him really mean? I mean, look at the way they did when they took his clothes off and they put that thing on there, and he had these 3 girls humiliating him, looking at his Johnson. I mean, how dare they? He must be innocent then. Yeah. No, Serge. No, thank you. You're the last person I'd want to hear. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Well, anyways, did anybody put any up? What did Zozo type in way up there? Let's see. Let's try one of hers. Does he got one? Let's see. What is it? Hat. That's not going to work. Yeah. Anything else? They would if they could, but it's too locked in. What was that? Yeah. Which point, Stephanie? I'm not sure. We're on delay. That looks like an interesting cold case, though. That's one of those ones that we used to... It's weird how there's so many out there. You just have to find them somehow. Hey, welcome, Naomi. But you see, isn't this channel kind of interesting? You know, sort of eclectic, you know? We do... we know how to do... We're on to the really big cases, and then sometimes there's these little side solved cases, and sort of look at those, and then... Oh, and then there's this other thing you're looking at. You know what hurts even more? Listening to your voice, Serge. Let's see. Oh, well, Gray, they are busy blaming Jen Soto. That's right, that's right. Genetic genealogy, that's right. About the Stephen Stearns. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Those guys are... They're nut jobs. I mean, just think about it. They're every one of those same YouTubers, not the... And I think even some of the attorneys. They are going to switch over to, like an amoeba, they're just going to walk right over to the Idaho 4 case and have the same mindset that Brian Kohberger is innocent. And they're just going to sell it like that. And they are going to be wrong again. And the reason they're going to be wrong again is because the facts in that case absolutely prove that Brian Kohberger is the killer already, just like the Delphi case. He is 100%. No wonder people don't like you. See you later, Serge. Well, you know what people don't like, Serge, is when somebody in chat keeps going, let me call in, let me call in. I know people will like my voice. Jesus. I'm sure your voice is beautiful. I'm just not interested. You know what I mean? I like it when you make that whiny voice, Gray. You make... Well, it's just ridiculous, you know? Who the hell comes into a chat and says that? It's weird. Really weird. It's weird. It's very strange. You don't have to hide the guy, though. We'll give him another chance. How about that, Timothy? See what happens. Yeah, Little's a little bit like Tim Walls. Hey, here's Tim Walls. Yeah, that's Tim Walls for you. Now, don't forget his wife. Watch his wife. Watch this one. Turn the page, everybody! Yay! Turn the page. You know, that was almost disqualifying. Just that, right? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to... I forgot what channel I was on for a moment there. By the way, I mean, look at this channel has everybody. Democrats, Republicans, independents, etc. But if you're a Democrat out there, did you really like Tim Walls and his wife? I mean, just tell me the truth real quick. Did you really like them? I mean... See what I'm saying? Like, I think they were kind of cringy, where you would think to yourself, I mean, J.D. Vance just absolutely looked so much better in the way he communicated during that debate. Tim Walls had this, like, what? What are you saying, man? It was weird, man. It was some weird shit. Yeah, cringy, that is the right word, isn't it? Hey, Serge, when we have open lines some nights, Serge, feel free to call in, all right, buddy? I'm sure we'll all say, you know what? He was right. Yeah, and he's cringy too, right? I mean, the way he kind of wiggles around and makes up shit too, like, oh, I was a coach, well, he was an assistant coach. Hell, I was a sergeant major. Well, no, you weren't. You never made it through the last stages there. Oh, I fought in combat. No, I didn't really. Well, I didn't fight in combat. Oh, I was there when Tiananmen Square. Well, I was in Hong Kong. You know, I mean, it was just... Guys, man, you lie that many times in a row, that's just like stolen valor shit. Wild. That's right. Rebel Red. Yeah, he sounds like some of these quacks on YouTube. Yeah, like Rick Snay. I think Tim Walls and Rick Snay are related somehow. Wouldn't you agree? Vivacious Val. I would not worry about them tearing down the home in Idaho case either. Yeah, it doesn't mean a damn thing. How long do you leave a house up? 9 years. There's an appeal, so we're going to leave that up. Listen, he hasn't exhausted his appeals yet. That's 30 years later, and there's this decrepit house sitting there. Look at, they have technology now where you go with the Vero scan, you scan the house. It's like you're being there. It's ridiculous. Okay, you don't need to be there. Oh yeah, the tunnels. Remember that? Remember when the house got torn down and that one dipshit, I don't mean to be cussing, but, well, I do. The clown, there's a clown that actually covers the Idaho 4 case. Really dumb person, but he stares and says things and people go, ooh, he's legit. Doesn't it? Wait, let me ask you this. How in the hell did a literal clown have any credibility with you? I mean, if you went to, for example, you went to a doctor's office and a clown was like, hey, let me do some surgery. Would you even spend another second there? Well, if the clown had told me some, I mean, come on. He's a freaking clown. Yeah, well, Snay is insane. I mean, I think he'll probably be also in the lawsuits and everything because he doesn't know where to go now. He's switching all. Okay, it was these Odinist guys when they were saying it was Ron Logan. I mean, it looked just like Ron Logan. Wait, no, it was the family, and then it was. Pick something, Snay. Just something, for God's sakes, pick something. God. Anyone else get excited to watch The View? Oh, God. That was the #1 viewed show in America. Next day, after that, 0. Nobody cares. But everybody wanted to see the react. You know what I really want to see is Martin Sheen. Not Martin Sheen. That's not what I was talking about. Not Martin Sheen. What's his name? Robert De Niro, for God's sake. What has he been saying? That guy's an idiot. Did you see the stuff he was saying? I wonder what happened to him. Who's your governor? Oh, yeah. Tim Walz. Yeah. Let's see. Actors should stick to, yeah, exactly. They just need to shut the hell up. And nobody should do like going and doing concerts. For example, during this election cycle, one of the candidates wouldn't have had anybody at their rallies except they always brought in like Beyonce and really famous people so that people would show up for the concert. But then when they get there, they would just introduce them and then they're like, I got screwed. I came here to see. Yeah. Yeah, I know he's a good actor, Guinevere Moonves. You got to give him credit for that. But Jesus, I mean, what the hell's happening to that guy? Jesus, do something really bad and he's afraid. Like you're right, like he needs the protection of, there's somebody that's another Democrat or something that'll protect him, or maybe there's something that he doesn't want a different administration to dig into and find. Just got a cup of coffee. Can we have ooh la la one more time? Okinawa. No way, no way! It doesn't say that. Yeah. Yeah, well, you're talking about Trump, right? Well, you say you don't care if he was convicted of sexual assault. Well, the problem with that whole conviction, that stuff that was going on was absolute lawfare. That lady who they just ramrodded through, oh, yes, he's found guilty. It was just absolute garbage. She actually, like, after that, accused another 20 people or something. I mean, she is a lunatic. Have you ever listened to that person? It's really amazing. I don't know where in the hell this stuff... And by the way, that even the media and the Democrat realized it was lawfare, or they would have kept making bigger deals about it all the time. They knew it was just garbage, you know. So, anyways, right, I know, it's just stupid. I know, isn't that amazing? I've never seen anything worse, and I think that's what's so great about the win is that, you know, they're just going to clean house and get this shit, you know, stop this from ever happening again. You can't have it the way it is right now. I mean, literally deploying an entire Justice Department against the leading candidate, and it still didn't work. You know why? Because the public actually figured it out. They were watching it happen and figured it out and said, you know what, guys? They're doing this on purpose, right? Because if anybody believed any of that stuff, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't have put him in there. And they know it's not, it's just, and he got shot at, and almost shot again another time. I mean, it's just, there's something going on, and it's just, people are sick of it. And it was sort of interesting in some counties, he got the presidential vote, but they still voted in a Democrat in Congress. Like in Washington, there's one, and when I listened to her speak, she sounded like a Republican. So I think there's some Democrats that are like Joe Manchin types, you know, sort of in the middle. And I don't mind that at all. I just don't like the hard, crazy, you know, I don't know, woke crap, you know. Men and women's sports, things like that, just absolutely insanity. I think women should be able to compete at any level that they're good enough to compete at. But men should never be able to compete just by claiming you're not a man with women. It's just disgusting that that was ever allowed at all in any level whatsoever. And it's ridiculous, you guys. Absolutely insane. But women, if you're good enough, should be able to compete against anybody. Don't you agree? Hey, thanks, Kelly S. Thanks for being here, and good night to yourself. You know, like if a woman is a really good, let's say Clark, or what's her name, like the basketball player, if she was really good and just never misses a shot. I mean, hell, any NBA team would want her. You just get her wide open, boom, it's in. And she should be able to do that. What do you guys think about this idea in the Olympics? What do you think of this? What if in the Olympics all of the track and field events are open to anybody? So you have, it could be transgender, female, male, whatever. And that's really, the three categories. And at the end, you give a gold medal to the fastest person. And then you give a gold medal to the fastest female. And then you give a medal to the fastest transgender person. But they all get to compete, because it doesn't really matter. They they go down to different brackets after you run, and so there might be, and I think that would just be perfect, right? Maybe do the same thing in high jump. You could do the same thing in long jump. You could do the whole thing. And so you could have like somehow a woman, let's say she figured out something, long jump 30 feet. I mean, it's not gonna happen, because you have to be able to run fast and then jump. But I don't know, I think it'd be kind of cool that way. But I just think that women should be able to always move up higher, but men should never be able to go backwards. You get it? I know it sounds dumb to you, Courtney, because you just didn't think through it. I have. I just think it would be something that it solves the problem. There's still the same thing at the end. In the finals will be all men, because so you'll have to have the preliminaries, and if a woman makes it into the finals, how amazing that is. But it's still her time against all the other females, and then that's the women's, there'll be a stand for them. Like, here's a stand for the females, and let's say, obviously it'd be really almost impossible for a female to make the finals in the 100 meters because the world record in the women's is like 4 or 5 tenths, maybe 6 tenths slower, and then sort of like the qualifiers for the 100 meter men. So, but you know, in the qualifying heats, you might have these times, and then once you establish the 8th highest women's times, they get to have their final race. And then, but what if a woman somehow one year made it into the finals? She'd run with the guys, and then her time would still be compared to, if she didn't win, she'd probably get like 7th or 8th, and then her time would be compared to the other females, and she'd still win a gold medal for the women's events. I don't know, just an idea, something to think about. And you could do the same thing in swimming and anything that's timed or measured. You know, the sports that are judged, like those, I mean, they're almost pretty lame, to be honest with you. The judge sports, even though everyone loves gymnastics and ice skating, it's political. Oh, look at this, Oksana Svetlana is coming up. Oh, she's going to do great. I mean, I've actually watched that where somebody kicked the hell out of they were just amazing. And they got less points because they needed to make space for the known better people later. Yeah, common sense. That's what I try to deploy here. Common sense, which isn't so common anymore. What kind of mental issues is going on in the male's head? Well, yeah, I mean, it's like that swimming stuff. What a joke. You know? Guy comes in there, wins everything. Because he couldn't compete against the guys. Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you being here. We went off into a completely different tangent again. And Gray, I come here for true crime, you bastard. Right, well, we talked about true crime for 4 freaking hours. You mind if I switch over for something for a couple minutes? Thank you. Anyways, I'm going to go up. I already said thanks to most of the people. So I'm going to go to, I think we're at like maybe Strawberry Reasons. Melanie gifted a membership. Then it was In the Pines. Then Heidi MJ, then Kingsman and Heather M, then Chris Ketchmark, new member, then Kinsman, new member, then I Wear Lingerie, then Poppy, KK. I think I said these already. I Wear Lingerie, then KK again, then Daisy Thomas, Amber Maiden, K Me, then I Get the 5 memberships, then In the Pines, Ruben Macias, then Peanuts Revenge, then Jessica Schubach, Guinevere Moonmist, Sarah 67, I Wear Lingerie, Poppy, I Wear Lingerie, Lisa Noir, and then it was, they don't show up on here for some reason, but we have Guinevere Moonmist for 1 quadruple cat eye and then 1 double cat eye, which don't show up on here. And then early we had Herbert Landscaping with a cat eye and a half on one of those. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. All right, any last thoughts out there, you guys?
Gosh, Gray, that wasn't very nice. Gee.
Sorry, Mary Lou. It's always fun when you digress. Hey, cool, Sandy Shirley. Yeah, but sometimes I would go read the comments tomorrow underneath there and see if there was people still sort of lingering around at the end. At the very end, they're going to type in, Gray, I come for true crime and you were talking about politics. Okay, well, it's all right. You'll live through it, man. You're going to live through it, you know? And it wasn't bad. It wasn't too divisive, right? It was just kind of like, hey, listen, I mean, let's be honest for a second, you guys. If you're a Democrat, you couldn't have really liked Tim Walz and his wife. In fact, Tim Walz You go on this really long tirade for like an hour. Yeah. Anyways. That's hilarious. Hey, are you on my other channel, Guinevere Moonmist? On this one right here. It's called @red gray blue 1, like that. If you type that in Google, it will go right there. I mean YouTube, I mean. You type that in YouTube and it goes over there. I just put that right there. So you just take that @red gray blue 1, and you know what would be fun to watch again is to go back and watch our 6-hour election night live stream. It was so cool. There was only 100 of us in there, and it was like I kept doing all, you know, the different, kept changing the numbers around, and then you could see the writing on the wall. It was such a, you know, it was, you know, what's crazy is to have that, and then just a week later you get the result in the Delphi murder case. It was just like this crazy moment, right? Hey, cool, Linda. Very cool. It wasn't called so. It was called So Mean Allegedly, and now it's called Monster or something. But we haven't done anything over there. I haven't even seen her in a long time. Have you guys seen her? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yep, I am surprised to Red Gray. Subscribed, you mean? Wait, no, you did say that. Subscribe to Red Grape Blue. Well, that's a different channel. That actually has Johnny Depp in it, and oh no, that was Find Gilbert Grape. Finding Gilbert Grape. Maybe a week ago. Yeah, Chasing, right. You've seen her out there? Chasing Truth. I know it was a typo. Red Grape Blue. That's pretty funny, though. It's actually funny, though. You know? Yeah, What's Eating Gilbert Grape? That's right. Right. Who was the other guy? It was a really great acting job by Leonardo DiCaprio. He was like Leonardo DiCaprio. He was, you know, just acted like he was autistic or something. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was, what did I say it was? I thought it was Finding Gilbert Grape. Yeah, What's Eating Gilbert Grape? And it's also LOL, right? So it's What's Eating Gilbert Grape? LOL. Wow, that's a different title. Who's eating Gilbert's grapes? I don't know. Who's eating? Why is that funny? I don't know why that's funny. Hey, Plato, I laughed at one of your little comments. That's amazing. Man, we need to have like some sort of, you know, something. I don't know what you call it. A celebration or who's eating Gilbert's grapes? Oh, shit. That's pretty good. That's the spin-off, right? That's the new version of it. Yeah. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? And then it's like, who's eating Gilbert's grapes? That's the spin-off of that one, right? Yeah. That's pretty good. I don't know why that's funny, man. You guys actually put tears in my eyes. That was funny. That's crazy. All right, everybody. Hey, I had a good time tonight. Thank you, guys. I went way longer than I thought. It was so dead in here early. And I was about ready to go. Okay, because I have to make videos to make up when we have the crappy nights. So, but tonight was a good one. It ended up being, well, I stayed an extra 2 hours, though, right? What are we at now? Jesus. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Good. No, 4:16 for God's sakes. Oh yeah, the dead body in Stand By Me is a guy named Kent Luttrell. Yep, he was in my fraternity at the University of Oregon. Isn't that weird? Like at the University of Oregon, I had Kent Luttrell. He's a dead body. And then I was roommates with Ty Burrell. So the other, it's like Kent Luttrell and Ty Burrell. It's weird. Yeah, Ty Burrell was my roommate. We were good friends in the dorms. I guess that's college I was at the University of Oregon. It's not really an amazing gig. He became a stuntman after college. He's only like 5, I don't know, 5'3" or 4 or something like that. But he became a stunt person in movies. Now let's see. Kent Luttrell stunt man. Is that going to show up? Yeah, that's him. Look. Look at this. Watch this. So that's him. Okay. Kent Luttrell. Now watch this. Dead body stand by me. And you'll recognize it immediately. Alright, there it is. Look at it. Watch. Is that crazy? There it is. Kent Luttrell. And I guess that's when he's older. And there's the body on the ground. Isn't that hilarious? Yep. He's only on the screen for a minute, but there you go. See, I don't make shit up, you guys. I literally tell you the truth. Every single time. So when's this one? That looks way later. Oh, there it is. Stand By Me. So he must be in this somewhere. They had his picture. Let's see. I don't know why his face showed up on that. Oh, there he is right there. Stand by something by me. Cast. Ray Brower, who told. Yeah, so that's him. Oh, there it is. See? Right there. The film was shown several times throughout the day in the County History Museum. That's a great movie, by the way. Yeah. All right, there you go, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, Ty Burrell's he's in Modern Family. It's such a weird story because like we were like best friends for 6 months. Then my brother died, and I just wasn't. I couldn't be a friend really to anybody. I was just really out of it. Sucked. And so I don't know. He eventually left the school. I remember he and I rode our scooters up to a park and sort of said goodbye to each other. And then he went off to Ashland, Oregon, where he became like in the. Well, it was so weird because we'd be in the dorms and we'd walk up and down the hallways, and we'd do skits. So we'd pretend that we were like. I do, So it's weird how I'm sort of doing stuff like that when I do my little goofy voices and shit. And I'm on YouTube and I've been on television and shit, and he obviously is way more successful, but like it's sort of weird how that worked out. But we both used to walk down the hall and do these little skits and pretend I was somebody and he'd be somebody, and we do it like all the time. It was crazy. But then after college was over, I tried finding him, and I think I talked to him one time, and then years later, like in 2004 or something, I was like, God, where is it? And I'd already watched Modern Family, believe it or not. So I was watching Modern Family, and I was just watching, and there's this guy on there, and I was thinking, man, that guy's hilarious. And something felt familiar, and it didn't really register though, because he was sort of stocky in college, like a linebacker, because he played football, not for the Ducks, and he's a huge Duck fan now. But he was much bigger, and this person was skinnier, so it didn't really register. So I was just kind of looking him up, and he was a professor at in like Penn State or something in acting, like an actor school. And then I looked it up, and man, he'd been on some episodes of like Law and Order or something like that, like as a character. And then it says he's on Modern Family, And I was like, what the hell? And I watched it again, and I go, holy shit, that was him. That's him the whole time. And guess what? And I knew there was something familiar about him. And the thing is, what's weird about watching the show is he isn't acting in the show. He'll even tell you that. That is exactly who he is in real life. That same character. He talks just like that. You know, maybe not quite exactly like that, but it's really him. That's exactly how he is, and same kind of goofy physical things. And I couldn't believe it. And I remember I even heard him one time. He goes, "This is the easiest thing I've ever done. I'm not even acting." So, anyways, I thought that was pretty cool. You know, that he just sort of popped up like that one day. And I actually did communicate with him through emails for a while. But you know, those guys are just so busy. I think he lives in Utah now. I think he owns a restaurant there. Like Salt Lake City, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not Salt Lake. I think it's a smaller town. But anyways, thank you guys very much for being here tonight. I appreciate it, and thank you for your generosity. You know, special thanks again to Herbert Landscaping and Guinevere Moonmist, who made up maybe like 70% of the entire night just right there. So I really appreciate it. And everybody else too for getting us up to a good number where we're still on a good track for the month. Got to keep on trucking. Now tomorrow we'll pick up where we left off on the Delphi. I want to go through it. Isn't it sort of interesting to go through it again, like kind of the quicker mode though, where it sort of pops in your head and it's still right there instead of like trying to go through these notes, and then the whole next day there's a whole more notes, and then the next day another. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a
crime dissector, epic rejector,
I'm a certified human lie
detector,
gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector.
Crime sector
is my
nectar.
Professor Gregor's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector, fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a swagger with a vector on his specter. With all respect, just remember I've a temper fucking checked ya.
I have no agenda, I'm never tender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. By the way, you want to hear something crazy? You know that rap that I do that's like, there's a rumor going around about me and the crew about something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard, or maybe you have, that one. Tyler Burrell taught me that thing. He actually taught me that. I when I told him that one time, he's like, I don't remember that, but you know, I can just tell you, he actually taught me that damn rap. It's so crazy. I think he actually taught me how to do rap, you know. I knew how to do Sugar Hill Gang before that, but all right. Thanks, everybody. See you guys later. And be safe out there. And everybody help find Gilbert's grapes.